hearing of RBK's licensing subcommittee, and thank you all for attending. I'm Councillor Pat Mason, and I'm chairing this meeting today. It is being held via Microsoft Teams, and it's also being streamed live. The committee for this hearing comprises myself, Councillor Arian Areti, and Councillor Dori Smetterling. Councillors, can you introduce yourself and say whether or not you have any interest to declare? Councillor Smetterling.
Hello, I'm Dori Smetterling, Councillor in Pembridge Ward. I have only one interest to declare, that I know one of the supporters, Mr. Andrew Foster, who is chair of the Kensington, Chelsea and Fulham Conservative Group.
Councillor,
but I have not, sorry, I just want to add, I've not discussed this matter with him. So, yeah, we've had no contact over this at all.
Councillor Areti. Could you declare any interest or not? We can't hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. This is Councillor Areti from Holland Board, RBKC. I've got interest to declare that I know Andrew Foster, who is one of the supporter, and Chrissy Courtney, whom I know not very well, but I've met her before, but I haven't discussed this case with any of them. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So we are joined remotely by Sharon Dybel and Paul Phelan from the Council's licensing team, and our legal officer is Lindsay Lemessier. Also with us is our committee officer, Leonie Hill. Leonie will be monitoring all of the connections and help with any technical issues that we may have, and she is supported by Yasmin Jama and Isabel Saunders. Before we start the hearing, there are just a few ground rules. Please keep your microphones on mute until you're invited to speak, and please make sure your mobiles are silent. Everyone should have received the procedure for this meeting regarding the use of cameras and how to connect back if you lose connection. So thank you for that. The case before us today is to vary the license for Crystals 320 to 322 Elscote Road. We will proceed shortly with that. We need to elect a substitute chair. The quorum for this committee is 2. As there are always the possibility that I may lose connection temporarily during this broadcast, I am nominating Councillor Smetterling to be appointed as substitute chair. Councillor Smetterling, could you confirm that you're agreeable, and is the nomination seconded? Councillor Areti.
I'm agreeable.
Councillor Areti, do you
second?
So I confirm that Councillor Smetterling has been appointed substitute chair should connections be lost. The procedure. For clarity, I think I should briefly outline the procedure for this meeting, although I know you've all received it and you will have read it. But again, this was circulated, as I say, with the papers. First, the licensing officer, Ms. Dybel or Mr. Phelan, will give a brief outline of the application. Can you both please that you can confirm that you're both in attendance? Ms. Dybel, Mr. Phelan?
Present, Chair.
Thank you.
Also present, Chair.
Thank you. Then, when they have finished, I will ask the applicant, Mr. Manish Patel, to present his submission. You will have a maximum of 10 minutes to do so. And he is joined by his designated premises supervisor, Mr. Dharmendra Patel, who may be able to assist members should they have any questions. Could you please confirm that you're both in attendance? I can see you, but can you confirm formally?
Yeah, I am in attendance, and I can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
And including myself.
Thank you. Next, the supporters, Chrissy Courtney and Andrew Foster, will present their representations. You will also have up to 10 minutes each to do it. And could you please confirm your attendance, both?
Yes, it's Chrissy Courtney, and I can
confirm my attendance.
Thank you.
Yes, it's Andrew Foster, and I confirm that I'm here as well.
Thank you. Then questions may be asked by members of the committee to the supporters, and then questions may be asked by the objectors to the supporters. Next, the objectors, Andre Mazzella and Caroline F, as it says here, will present their objections. They will have, of course, also up to 10 minutes each to do so. And could you please confirm that you are in attendance?
Yeah, Carolyn is in attendance, and I am wondering if James Carter can represent Andre Mazzella, who was unable to attend.
I think also I think Councillor Wade is going to make it is also going to speak if I'm correct.
Yes, I'm in attendance.
You're in attendance. Then questions may be asked, of course, to the objectors by members of the committee and by the applicants and by the supporters. Questions will also be asked. After this, we will ask our legal officer, Lindsay Lemesnier, to deal with any questions you may have, for example, regarding conditions. And of course, we will be discussing that. Then finally, we will turn to the governance team to see if there's any issues that have been raised in the chat box that may need to be we need to consider. I assume that everyone's
Sorry, it's Leonie Hill from the governance team. Can I just ask you whether you have any declarations to declare?
Me? No, I sorry, I probably missed out myself. No, I'm a Goulburn Ward councillor. I have no declarations to declare with regard to this application. Okay. I suppose we should go through the housekeeping rules. All parties should, of course, address the committee when they're asked to do so by the chair, and they will inform the chair by the raised hand procedure. I assume you all know how that works. The chat box function should probably not be used during the meeting. All parties must keep the microphones on mute unless you're speaking. Otherwise, we will get what we've just heard, somebody in some noise intervening. And cameras should also be switched off. However, of course, when you're speaking, cameras should be switched on. I think that the chat box issue is that everyone will be able to see and hear what you say and write. Have I missed anything, officers?
Councillor Mason, it's Heidi Tickham here, legal advisor.
Yes.
I wonder if you could just clarify with Mr. Carter. My understanding is he wants to speak. He is a valid objector. Mm-hmm. And can you just clarify whether he's speaking on behalf of himself or another objector?
Mr. Carter, are you present, and can you answer that question from our legal advisor?
Good morning. Yes, I am present. I've registered an objection in writing, but not anticipating Mr. Mazzella not attending. If the committee is amenable, I'm happy to represent my own views as made in writing in this meeting.
That is permissible, Chair. I mean, he can also represent Andrea Mazzella if he wishes to do so.
So he should do. So he should do so.
He has her authority.
Yeah, so he should do so then, of course.
No, I have no authority to do that, and I don't wish to represent his views.
Okay, that's fine then.
So you're going to represent your own views?
If that's permissible, yes.
Well, if you've made a valid objection, then of course you can speak.
Thank you.
So I think if I've cleared all the procedural stuff, we can start hearing from the applicants, I think. Heidi, am I right? We can move to hear the applicants. Mr.
Councillor Mason, I think it will be, so it's Lindsay Lemesnier, legal.
Right,
I think I believe it's the licensing officers that do the intro at this stage.
Yes, the licensing officers. Let's hear the intro from the licensing officers. Ms. Dybel.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. This application is made by Mr. Manish Patel and Mr. Dharmendra Patel for the variation of a premises licence at Crystals 320 to 322 Earls Court Road, London, SW5 9BQ. This application seeks to extend the current hours permitted for the sale by retail of alcohol off the premises, which are from 8 AM until 2 AM the following day, to 24 hours per day. No further amendments have been proposed. Both the applicant and Metropolitan Police agreed upon 4 conditions that would be included as part of the applicant's submission. Full details of these conditions can be found on page 2 of the committee papers. The applicant has also proposed several additional steps to promote the 4 licensing objectives. Full details of these proposed conditions can be found at Appendix B at pages 24 to 26. 30 representations has been received which oppose this application. This includes 1 from Councillor Wade and 1 from a local residents association. A summary of their comments can be found on pages 3 to 8, with copies attached at Appendix C on pages 34 to 67. This application has also attracted 3 representations in support of the application. This also includes ones from a local residents association. A summary of these comments can be found on pages 8 and 9, with copies attached to Appendix C on pages 68 to 70. The premises has been the subject of 4 complaints over the previous 12 months. Full details, including the summary of the actions taken by the respected officers, has been included at Appendix D, pages 71 and 72. There have been no additional papers submitted by any party. That concludes the summary of this application. I'll leave it there for now, unless there is anything I can be of help with at this stage.
That seems clear. We move to the applicants, I believe. Mr. Patel or Mr. Patel? Which one or two of you are going to present your 10-minute?
I'll start it.
Okay.
And supporters can come in if we still have time, which I'm sure we will.
Okay, go for it.
Right. First of all, I'd just like to say we're not represented by any legal representative. We'd rather do it ourselves by explaining the reason for it. So firstly, we've been there for 18 years trading, and in that 18 years we are open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year throughout. In all that time, we've actually only ever called out the police on 1 occasion for a minor disturbance after 10 o'clock. So we're not really, in my eyes, like a trouble spot of any sort. We previously never applied for a 24-hour license as well in the time we've been there. We have, however, extended our license on an hourly basis from 11 to 12 and so forth, having a break of at least 3 years before applying for an extension. Simply so, we know we're not creating any trouble or nuisances and complaints, which hopefully we haven't in that time. The impact of COVID-19, which has hit a lot of businesses, including ourselves, has really put a financial strain on businesses like ourselves. Unfortunately, we don't qualify for any government aid in that or grants because our rateable value is too high. We do qualify for a loan, but we're already loaned out because only last year we decided to put a post office in within our store. And that decision was made not lightly at a very high cost as well, purely because we were already struggling at the time. But we thought if we're going to stay there, we'll inject the money into that. It was working reasonably well, but like I say, the COVID-19 has hit, and it's hit a lot of businesses, including ourselves. So that's the financial side. Also, we're not getting any help whatsoever from our landlords, unfortunately. We have requested it, but we've had a very simple, short answer of either you can be there and pay the rents or basically give back the keys, which is difficult considering we only done the post office last year at a considerable cost to us. So basically, we can't give the keys back, but we've also, by the way, lost 2 convenience shops in our local area in the last 4 years. So that only leaves ourselves and another little convenience store, which is literally a minute away from us. It's called On The Go. And by the way, they do have a 24-hour license there already. The reason for asking for the extended hours now is we do get some regular customers who do work late shifts. They come into the store, they generally buy like a ready meal or some snacks or groceries, but we cannot give them any alcohol. These aren't street drinkers. They're customers that have done a late shift, would just like to go home with a bit of food and maybe a drink, like most of us do after a hard day's work. But we're unfortunately unable to give them the alcohol side, which does disappoint them. Together with that, with this COVID impact also, we are getting some of our local and regular customers who do come in around 6:30, 7:30 at the moment, purely to do shopping. That's in the morning time. And again, they would like to take some beer or wine or whatever they drink home. They're not going to drink it on the streets. These are working or elderly people who generally want to avoid coming out at later hours and are trying to come in when we're at our quietest, or when the streets are its quietest as well. I'd like to add. So again, these aren't really street drinkers. These are just our, what I call everyday regular customers. We actually don't stock any super strength beers or ciders, and we never have in the 18 years that we've been there, actually. So really, we don't actually attract the street drinking type in the first place. We're also a premiumly priced store, which I think the locals will agree with, and that doesn't attract the street drinker either. So we don't do that. And in order to stop the trouble and the street drinkers as well, we've obviously had liaised with the police, who advised us, and we've agreed to, if possible, if we do get it, that we won't serve any single cans of beers, ciders or anything after midnight. Again, so it would not really attract what we call the nuisance or the street drinker. So that would be another thing. We also have a 24-hour, 7 days a week CCTV, which does have at least 28 days on the recording. And I know from one of the complaints earlier that it said it wasn't working. We did have, albeit an excuse, but we were going through refurbishment in putting the post office in. We literally had to close down one side of the shop at a time. And during that time, keeping the CCTV up to date was really, really difficult, but it's working perfectly fine now. We also have a 25 policy to deter children from buying, and that's pretty strict on that. So basically, to round it off on our side, though it sounds like the application is made just to make more money, it's actually it is a financial situation. It's not about making more money, but it's more of to survive in these difficult times. Because otherwise, we've lost 2 local stores. We could genuinely be losing another and a post office. And that would not be good for the community either. They're the main points I'd like to make for the reason for it. And now if anybody else wants to add anything, Andrew Foster maybe, or whoever who's in our team.
If they wish, now, if it's Andrew, you want to say anything now? Or...
Yes, I'm very happy to speak now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I live at 320 Earls Court Road in one of the flats in the block above this shop. I've got no particular relationship or involvement with the shop at all. I occasionally go there to buy the odd item or newspaper. It's convenient, as a convenience store should be. I don't generally buy alcohol there, so I've got no particular personal interest in going out and getting a load of wine at 5 in the morning. But I do believe that this business should be given this opportunity to have this license. I accept the business case that they put forward, and I do think at this time we should be doing everything we can to support our local businesses. And Crystals is very well managed. I've been living here for quite a number of years, and I've seen no real problems with Crystals at all. They are polite, they're friendly, they're well managed. I never see any problems there. And they've invested a lot in their business recently as well. You know, we were very sad when the post office further up Earls Court Road closed a few years ago, and a lot of us were campaigning at that time to try and keep that post office, and many people have been very pleased that there is now a replacement of Crystals, and that seems to be very popular. If people want to buy alcohol during the night, why shouldn't they? I mean, many of us work a sort of a classic 9 to 5 type day and maybe go to bed at 11:30 or midnight, but that's not everybody. And as the applicant said, I think that there is capacity there and a business need. Crystals has agreed to the conditions proposed by the police, and I think those are supported in very similar way by the Earls Court Square Residents Association, which is the local residents association in this area covering that part of Earls Court. So why have I chosen? I put a support comment in, but I've chosen to speak today, particularly because I've seen that there are quite a lot of objectors who seem to be bringing up all sorts of problems which I don't wish to negate around Earls Court, to do with safety, to do with crime and so on. But I don't see those problems as being particularly linked to Crystals and its license, whether that's its current license till 2 a.m. or any proposed extension of that. And of course, I recognise that, you know, if people are worried about safety and so on, but this is not something which has been shown to be part of the Crystals environment. It's not something which has a finger has been pointed at Crystals in their current 2 a.m. licence as causing these problems. And I have no reason to think that a later licence or all-night licence managed effectively by the same people would cause any further problems. And I do note, as the applicant said, that just round the corner, albeit the other side of Brompton Road, so in the hedonistic and debauched ward of Redcliffe, that there is a 24-hour licence already, and I'm certainly not aware of any particular problems that is causing. I just really think that we need to be supporting this business and looking at the optimistic side. And as I said in my written objection, the licensing function at Kensington and Chelsea Council is very, very well managed from the licensing hearing committees, and obviously, as we can see today, through the licensing team at the council and the way that they manage any problems. And there have been premises that I've seen have problems, and the way that the council has managed them has been very effective. So I think that we need to give these people an opportunity and not to sort of just wave worries about general safety or whatever when they haven't been shown to be caused by this business in the first place. And the council is there and doing a good job. So really, that's all I wanted to say. But thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Does any other supporter who's present wish to speak at this time? I'm not having anyone said so, but.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to. It's Chrissy Courtney, Chair of the Earls Court Square Residents Association.
Okay, Chrissy, go ahead. Tell us what you think about this.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the Earls Court Square Residents Association, ESPRA, of which I am chair. This application for a variation of the premises licence has the support of ESPRA. As this was a potentially contentious application, it was fully considered and voted on by the 10 residents on our executive committee after our Honorary Treasurer discussed our initial concerns with the applicant. The executive committee agreed to support the application by a significant majority, providing that conditions A to E of our submission on page 68 of your documents are applied. We have looked at the veritable tsunami of 30 objections and note from Appendix H that only 3 reside within 50 metres of crystals. If we widen the area to 100 metres, there are an additional 5 objections. There's only 1 objection from a resident in Earls Court Square who lives at number 13, which is 150 metres away. However, the 3 named supporters listed show ESPRA on page 68, which is the RA covering the Crystal site, Andrew Foster on page 69, who lives in a flat above Crystals, who's just spoken, and Alex Smith on page 70, who lives in Weatherby Mansions. Both Mr. Foster and Mr. Smith live within 50 metres of Crystals and in the area we represent. We have also noted that the police appear to support the application with similar conditions to those requested by ESPRA. ESPRA hopes that the variation to this premises licence will be granted with the conditions A we have suggested. These should be merged with the conditions suggested by the police with whom we have not colluded. We feel these safeguards would enable this premises licence to be fully monitored on a regular basis, and this business, which is fully supported by local residents, is allowed to continue and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other supporters wishing to speak? I don't have anyone listed, but are there any other supporters who have popped into the meeting? No? Right, so therefore...
No. Objectors has joined a meeting.
Yeah, no, but we haven't got to the objectors yet. We will get to the objectors, don't worry, and you will be able to question what you just heard after the committee has a go. So perhaps I'll start the questions. Mr. Patel and Mr. Patel. Right, I absolutely accept, and we all do, that COVID has been absolutely disastrous for businesses and certainly for local businesses. I mean, they're closing up in my area too. It is a real problem. And you said that part of the reason for this application is financial, of course. So you have assumed, is it the financial take that will become after 2 o'clock in the morning? I assume you have assessed that, and that is, I mean, you will be making more money, presumably, although you said it's not really about the money. I mean, it must be about the money because this is a COVID crisis, and there are less customers and so on. So I assume it is about the money. Am I right? Just for the record.
Yeah, it certainly has got to do with that, because in order to pay our rents and the bills, we're going to have to use every avenue we can to make some money to generate. Yeah. So yes, it is.
So this hearing, we're basically, for everybody, we're listening to both sides of the argument, or not the argument. We're listening to what the applicants say and your case, and what the objectors say in their case, and then we have to decide what to do, obviously. So, but in terms of the application, I mean, you've seen that some of the objectors have said this will of course mean it will become a destination premises. If I need some alcohol, and I hear what you said about the fact that somebody will pop in and they will put X in their basket, or they'll come in at 6:30, 7 in the morning, and they may need. I understand. I've heard all that, but for the purposes of what the objectors are saying, effectively, I could decide that I need to stock up with some alcohol, and I can pop along there, drive along there, and effectively objectors are saying that this is going to cause, you're going to become a destination premises. And I hear what you said about the other premises. You don't think that they're causing a problem, but we're not dealing with them, obviously, today. So they're saying that you could become a destination premises. There could be more traffic, more noise, and so on, although I haven't actually seen the complaints on the complaint list for that. Training. There is it is being contended that your staff may not be up to dealing with people who may come in and be difficult with regard to getting alcohol, because you do have a challenge 25. You say you don't serve vagrants or street drinkers, and so I wonder what your training is, your training regime is for staff. I don't know whether you have staff turnover. Many places do. What is the training and the ongoing training? Because of course people can be difficult if they want a drink and you say, no, I'm sorry, you do not fit our criteria for whatever reason, you're not having it. How do you operate, and what is your training like, and what is your ongoing training like, and what is your staff turnover like?
Staff turnover is, it's not terrible, but it's not brilliant. We do get turnover of staff probably once a year or so, I would say, in the night shifts. We do train them well as to how to react to these situations. But in the past, most of our staff managers said they actually get more difficulty when you do not serve. And that's not an answer to say we want to serve it 24 hours because of that. But they've actually had more problems for not serving than to serve, because that's when they get a bit irate. Why aren't you serving me? But generally, we've, like I say, we've been there 18 years. And if we've had to call out the police on one occasion on that time, we're not what you call a difficult, where we're having problems ongoing. And with the 24-hour license literally 30 seconds away from us, anyone who asks after 2 o'clock, we do actually say, look, there is an off license around there. So just to stop any bad behavior or whatever. So it's not something we don't do, we do. But we'd like the equal opportunity to serve it ourselves now as well, because financially, like going back to the point, it is a strain, and it's a big strain. So that is the reasons. And like I say, we generally, I reiterate, is from what the staff told me, is we actually get more hassled for not serving.
Well, that's my point. That was one of the points I was making. How what is the training? What do you do? Do you bring in somebody external to train your staff?
No, I generally go through it with the staff and tell them, look, if someone gets very abusive, you've always got the option of sending them to around the corner, so that they're usually appreciative of that. But if it gets to a serious situation, you can call the police. And if it's worst scenario, you'd have to sell it, but note it down and the reason you sold it, because of personal safety. But it hasn't come to that, thankfully. And like I say, we've very rarely or hardly ever called out the police as well. So it has been, whatever system we're using has actually worked up to now. If anyone fancies putting in any other suggestions to that, we're open to it.
But I see in Appendix D, page 71, of course, in the last year there have been some complaints on officer visits.
Yeah.
You've read what those are. On the 10th of June 2019, complaint allegation of alcohol being sold to children, proof of age not being checked, overpriced alcohol sales and alcohol being sold along outside hours, permitted hours, etc.
Yeah,
the officers.
That's the only complaint I actually never got registered. We've never sold to a child in the last year, for sure. So where that's come from, I don't know, but be happy to look at that. The only ones, like I said in my original brief, was the CCTV not working.
Yeah.
And that was due to major renovations going on. We had the licensing inspector come round to check it as well, and she looked at the site at the time and said, "I can understand what." She said, "You should have noted it, that it's not working. That was our fault." But she fully understood the situation when she saw it, because it literally was a building site at the time.
And on the 24th of October 2019, this allegation of illegal alcohol sales under false trading, blah blah blah. Can you explain this Uber app thing? I don't understand how if you have a license to 2 a.m. they can sell alcohol for you beyond that. Explain it, because there's people here probably don't understand how that works.
100%. So we partnered up with Uber for home deliveries, for not only off license, for groceries too. We had it on as a 24-hour delivery service.
Yeah.
Again, our fault for the alcohol, but we never actually served any alcohol after 2 o'clock to them. But we took it off as soon as the licensing inspector told us that you've got it on as 24-hour license or 24-hour service. And I said, we actually don't serve it after 2, but again, it was a full 12 hours, which we took off straight away by telling Uber that we're only licensed till 2, but we never actually served it after 2 either way.
But nobody would have put wine in the basket or whatever after 2, or do Uber come in and do it themselves? They don't. You prepare it.
No. An Uber order is got ready by us, so we only get the tablet which says the order. So if you was to order a pint of milk and a bottle of wine, it will be our staff that has to get that ready. So the Uber guy doesn't touch any of the stuff. He just gets we get the bag ready, they take it home. So
it's just the fact that you advertised it, but your staff staff never would do it.
No.
So I'm just wondering, with 28 objections, and we've read them, and I've heard your response to them. I'm just wondering, I think you have said that you would have a 6-monthly meeting with a notice stuck up outside your premises. I'm just wondering, usually, and I've done a lot of these hearings, when you get 28 objections or anything like it, it tells me, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, it tells me that the applicant or the business hasn't in some way been able to connect with the local population. They haven't either explained what they're going to do, or and some of them may be your customers and they would know. But with 28 objections, that's quite a lot of objections. And I'm just wondering whether you have or have had, I mean, you're suggesting a 6-monthly meeting now, but what has happened in the past? If you'd had some kind of connection with the local resident associations or residents in the past, maybe you wouldn't be here in this hearing.
Probably right. On the application, when we made the application, we've never really discussed it with anyone, but we did ask our Earls Court Residents Association, and we liaised with them to say we're trying to put in an application, etc. But we've never really attended any meetings and stuff throughout the 18 years, to be fair. So I don't know, but if they
local councillors, do you ever?
We've never really had any reason to, I suspect. But like we said, when on the police's recommendation was that, would you mind or would you support the and going to the residents' associations meetings once every 3 to 6 months? And I said, I'd be very happy to. That way I can address any problems, if there are any, directly. Not a problem. Not a problem at all. Well, but we've done it in the past because it's a learning curve. Learning curve, and we've never applied for a 24-hour license, so we've really had the objections and stuff before, I suspect.
You didn't think 24 hours, that's going to be a signal to residents that there might be trouble here, or because of course you've seen the objections. I mean, they may or may not be realised, and there are some complaints, so they may reasonably think that a 24-hour license is going to have some or all of the effects that you're talking about. And they think if we, the committee, give you this license, or anybody the license, anyone else on any other committee, we may well put them up. We may well put them in the line of fire for some of these complaints. So they will tell us this is what's likely to happen with a 5 a.m., a 24-hour license, or whatever. It's because it's happened in other places. People have congregated outside, they buy drink from a particular premises, they go outside, they sit around, or they drive up in cars, they're blaring, the music is blaring. And I mean, these things happen. So residents have got a reasonable, when they're told 24 hours, some may reasonably think. I mean, I doubt they are viciously thinking, let us clobber you because we don't like you. They're thinking, what effect will this have in our area? So it would have been useful maybe if you'd had some kind of strategy, not just in the last few weeks, to tell them what's happening, because I've had to implement this in my own area. Where licensees have talked to local residents, then they begin to understand each other. Oh, I see. Some of them may be your customers. I don't know. Yeah. But maybe some of these 20 objectors are not your customers, but they've brought you here, and we will decide who's right and who's wrong at the end. I think I'll let some of my other two committee members ask questions. Councillor Smetterling or Councillor Aretti, who wants to go next? And if anyone has the microphone switched on, can you please switch it off, because I can hear something in the background and it's probably annoying for people on the line here. So check your microphone if you're not speaking and turn it off, please. Councillor Aretti or Councillor Smetterling?
It's Leonie Hill from Governance. For the residents who've joined on their mobiles, if you open up the keypad and type in *6, that will mute your microphone, and then once you're invited to speak again, if you press *6 again, it will unmute, because I think the noise is coming from the residents who've joined on the phone.
I'm sure we can manage it, but if it's not possible, then it's not possible. Councillor Aretti, Councillor Smetterling, who wants to go next?
I don't mind. Councillor Smetterling, would you like to go next?
Well, it's up to you. I mean, you've got the floor if you want. I've got a couple of points, yes, but up to you.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Aretti, go.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, Mr. Patel as well. Sorry to hear about your financial collapse during COVID, and I share your frustration and sympathy with other local businesses in my ward, especially. The key thing what I'm coming back to is about the resident safety, the residents' concerns about antisocial behavior, and things like, anything that's to do with noise and nuisance and, loitering and other things. Couple of questions really. With the extension of the premises, how much financial substitution would it come with your existing financial damage? Just like a number, like a percentage or something. Do you think you could bounce back, or what is it?
To be honest, I don't think it's going to be a massive percentage, to be fair. I think we would hope it's a significant increase, but not a massive one. But like I said earlier, it's literally, we're trying all avenues to try and maximise sales and profits in every way which we can. Because we are currently in a struggle, as previously stated. So I don't think it's going to be a massive thing, but if we get even a 10% increase or something in them 6 hours or whatever, it would still help, and it will help enormously.
Thank you for that. The next question is, if you look at the anticipated visitors, could you tell me how many? I know because you've got from midnight to 2 a.m. Could you roughly do an estimate of the number of visitors to your store from any time between 2 and 6? Because obviously from 6 it's technically early mornings. Is there a number that you can put on?
generally until 2 o'clock, from 1 to 2 o'clock.
But just trying to understand, because obviously I know local shops where people can come out, so just to look at things from a resident's perspective.
I think our quietest 4 hours of the day are certainly 2 to 6, without a shadow of a doubt. So onwards, we do get customers in generally to buy if it's a newspaper on the way to work or something. Lately, we are seeing more numbers in the morning. Like I said in my brief earlier, people just generally try to avoid coming out at busy times, you know, when there's more people about. So we are seeing a little bit more numbers in that. But 2 to 6 is still quiet, and hence why we've literally asked for the extension. Friday, Saturdays, 2 to 6 is a little bit better, I suppose. But yeah, that's where we're at.
Right. Okay. Final question, really. I know you've got the music license throughout your licensing opening hours. Do you generally play music, and is it really necessary? I know there's no condition on the music,
we actually generally switch off our music at night time anyway. We always have done. But we keep it on throughout the day. It just creates an atmosphere in the shop, I feel, for customers when they come in. But generally at night, they switch it off anyway.
What time? From what time, please?
I don't think our music will be on from 11 onwards, even currently, right now, or even 10 possibly. We don't have a fixed time. I've got to be honest with it. But if there was a time that you said, or people requested, can you have the music on, off from 10 o'clock? More than doable. More than doable.
Okay.
Sorry,
it's recorded anyway. So
generally, the music, it's only like smooth radio. It's not like you know, heavy beats and drums and things like that. It's just a general light music for the customers.
Magic radio.
Yeah,
that's what we use.
Magic or smooth. So it's not loud and, you know, pop music and things like that.
Right. Good. All right. Thank you. Extending to Chairman's question. This is my final question, by the way. Let's say you've got a group of crowd that's trying to enter the shop to buy something. Obviously, a group of crowd, drunk crowd, are more vulnerable to create a chaos. Obviously, the conditions that you agreed with the police and the Earls Court Residential Association, I'm not sure whether you agreed or not, but it's on the papers requested by the Earls Court Residents Association. How would, because you 2 people, and then you could have 10 or 20 people, or even like more than 5 would be a threat. So how would you handle that? Just say you had the situation right now, how would you handle that? Or
difficult one to answer, because it's not really happened to us in our area, and I feel that threat is equally in the day as it could be in the night. Albeit. We, like I say, we really haven't experienced that. Luckily, in the 18 years we've been there. But generally, how we treat and explain to the staff is how I do it in the mornings. Is you have to handle every situation differently. Protection, number one. Obviously, there's always the backup of calling the police out. In worse circumstances, if people are going to walk off with things, I always let them go if push comes to shove, and protect yourself first. So obviously, don't be violent towards them or aggressive. You're better off to use a softer approach, is the word.
Right, good. All right, then that's from my side, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Patel.
Thank you, Councillor Retty. Thank you, Councillor Retty. Councillor Smetterling, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I just, in my own mind, can I clarify which is which? The Mr. Patel and the pink top. You're Minish. Okay, white Minish, pink. Okay. Yes. Just so we know which is which. Let me see the right, because the names I've got here the other way around, so to speak. But okay, my question is, amongst the volunteered conditions, you speak of self-service. No self-service after certain hours, but the bottles are on open shelves. As far as I can tell, also the spirit bottles are on open shelves, are they not? So how will you manage the no self-service after a certain hour?
Well, the self-service for spirits, I think, is the
yes.
The thing. All our spirits are behind our counter. They can only be served by ourselves.
Okay, so because
on the open part of the shop, no, it's behind our till counter.
Because I found I couldn't find it this morning because I had to shut things down and open them up. But I managed to walk into your store virtually.
Oh.
I don't know if it's Google Street View, but I can't seem to recreate the experience. Actually, there's a great fat lorry in front of the building.
Ah, right.
When the picture was taken. Anyway, but when I zoomed in on the left, you're coming in. So on the left, it looks like bottles of wine. On the right, looked like bottles of spirit. But maybe they weren't spirits, but just sherries and things.
Yeah, we don't have any spirits what customers can reach. I mean, if they really wanted to sneak over, but that would be trying to steal them, I'm presuming. But they're not for self-service.
No, but I'm just wondering, so what are the bottles on the right that I could see as you're walking in from the door?
Oh, that's spirits, but that's behind our counter. There's no access for customers there.
But on the left were bottles of wine. I'm just trying to understand what I was looking at. I didn't look too carefully, thinking I'll do it again today, but I couldn't recreate it.
If you walked into the store, on the right is our counter.
Okay.
And directly behind our counter is all our spirits.
Okay.
If you go further, we have a door, because of the post office as well. We have a door which is closed, and that's where our spirits end as well.
Oh, it could be pre-post office.
Yeah.
Pre-post office.
Yeah,
okay.
And then after that is where you can obviously self-service on wines.
Okay.
Also, I think it may be that the pictures that you were seeing, they've probably not been updated since the refit last year. They may be.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, in one of the pictures on the outside, you could actually see the southern section looked like there was construction going on inside. So that's where the post office is.
Well, that must have been previous. Yeah. Okay.
But the walk-in, I don't know. I just can't reproduce it. That's very odd. Anyway, I think that I suppose that's the main thing I was thinking of. I've got questions for the objectors when it comes round. I think yes, I think that covers my question. Thank you very much, because all the other questions have been dealt with by my fellow councillors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smetterling. So now this is the time for objectors to ask questions to the applicant. Objectors, you will have your 10 minutes each to make your case later on, but this is your chance to ask questions on what you have heard the applicants say. So who wants to go first? Who wants to question?
James Carter, I have a question. I'm happy to wait if other people wish to go first.
Well, anyone can go first. Perhaps who wants to go first? Perhaps you should go first. Who wants to go first? Linda Wade? Councillor Wade, do you want to go first?
All right, thank you. I have a number of questions. I have been into your store on a number of occasions, and I think I'm looking at this from the context of we have an increased population of street livers. And when I've been in, we have one female member of staff and one male member of staff. So I'm interested in what type of security you have in the store, how many members of staff you propose to have on in these extended hours. I'm interested in the type of training, because you indicated that you gave training, but you had a turnover of staff, especially at night. Is it a certificated course? Would there be two male members of staff? How can the staff see all of the display cabinets? And it was touched on before, but I can't see the real benefit of the additional staffing costs against the projected additional sales forecasts that you're going to achieve in those additional hours. So those are all my questions.
All right. Thank you for that. First of all, yes, we do have a lady staff and a gentleman staff in the daytime quite often. We also have it in the evenings. We've had it for many a year, to be fair. To my knowledge, right now, at least 8 years now. But during the nights, which is 10 onwards, it's currently 9 at the moment that the lady staff finishes, but sometimes 10 at pushing it. We've always had 2 male staff for the nights, and that carries through up until 8 in the morning. That's even the extension of the licenses. That's what we've always practiced, that we have 2 male staff. As far as how they would keep an eye on stuff, it's pretty much how we do it right now. The alcohol is predominantly behind the counter for spirits, and on the right hand side of the counter is our long fridge, which carries all the alcohol, and it's totally visible to our staff. And it will be in our favour, obviously, because otherwise we'll have high ends of pilferage too. So yeah, we don't actually keep alcohol on the other side of the store anyway, and we have no intentions to. The training side, like I irritated earlier, is basically done by ourselves. It's what I call basic training. But in 18 years, I don't think we've had any trouble or any vindication to make it any further. If we have and we need to, we're more than happy to take it any steps further. But currently, and it's not like we've done it for a year and say we've had no trouble. We've been there 18 years now, and the records, I suppose, have to speak for themselves in that we have only actually called out the police once after 10 o'clock, and that was for a minor incident, not a major.
Have you changed your training methods since we've had an increase in the street living population?
We haven't, to be honest. I didn't know we've had the extra people population in the streets, but again, if we felt we had any cause for staff saying to me it's getting a bit dangerous or risky, of course we'd take it up on board. But I speak to my staff regularly.
So
we haven't had it in the shop.
What's your shoplifting level like?
We can never tell for sure, but I don't feel it's that bad. We don't have exact figures, but we always allow in our industry is about a 1% for pilferage. So if it exceeds that, we'd have to take a closer look. But currently, we feel it's around that 1% mark.
Thank you.
No problem.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Can you identify?
Councillor Wade, were you finished? Sorry.
Is Councillor Wade, are you finished? Right, Councillor Wade is finished. Can you identify yourself before you speak?
This is Carolyn.
Thank you.
Mr. Patel, I have a question to ask you regarding one of the statements that you meant regarding when somebody comes in and is abusive. If one of your patrons comes in and they ask for alcohol and you decide to refuse to serve them, if they get abusive, it would suggest that either they're already drunk or high, or they're angry, or some other character question. And your first response is to send them to a 24-hour liquor license. To me, that would suggest questionable judgment, because probably that person, if they're abusive, shouldn't be served alcohol in the first place, but you're just sending them down to the street to someone else to sell it.
To be honest, no. I understand your point entirely. It's not because they're drunk or high on drugs that they're abusive. Quite often is they just want to buy alcohol with, like I say, whether it's a bag of crisp or a meal that they've purchased, And then they say, well, we've got to go to the other shop now. So they leave the stuff, they go to the other shop, and it's happened. They'll buy their stuff there. They'll come up and literally show us the bag, waving it in front of us or to the staff, and then go home. It's not someone we feel that someone's totally stoned or drunk that we're going to send, oh no, we don't serve it, but he does. We wouldn't do that. No, we just say then we don't serve after 2 o'clock. That's our policy. So if I said that earlier, I'll have to reiterate, maybe my mistake, but we do send people, we've had people go over there, and sometimes we send them and say, look, you can buy the alcohol there. But in that case, they do actually leave the stuff that they bought from us as well and buy it over there. We don't send drunk or abusive people like that over there just to get rid of them from our store. No.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Anyone else want any other objector wish to ask a question?
Yes, James Carter here.
Thank you. Go ahead, James.
Hello. Thank you. So, firstly, I understand absolutely that this is an unprecedented and difficult time for local businesses, including also residents, and I do sympathise with local businesses like Mr. Patel's. So despite objecting, I am keen to shop local to help businesses like his come back and be successful, and I'm sure also that many of the 28 objections the council has received would be keen to do the same. So the application is, I think the important thing to recognise here is that the impact of COVID is limited in time, and this licence change will likely outlast that by a significant time. So I don't know what the full review process is, but the impact of COVID is, of course, currently significant and difficult, but it won't persist for as long as the licence. The application is also commercially motivated, and I have absolutely no problem with that. I make an effort to shop locally and to shop with small businesses and support those businesses. However, I also run commercial P&Ls much bigger than this professionally, and I'd suggest that the loss of business from objectors and the cost, where obviously there's very strong sentiment given the number of objections, the 28 objections that have been received, and the costs to Mr. Patel of remaining open may outweigh the incremental profit from sales of alcohol in the night. And in addition, it's not incremental to the community. It may be incremental to his business, but it's simply going to take away from another struggling business that currently, by happenstance, is already licensed to operate 24 hours and is, less than a minute away from his premises. So the commercial risk is obviously Mr. Patel's, but I don't think that rejecting this application will materially prejudice his profit. In addition, it will create financial and social costs for the local community that are borne by residents and council taxpayers, which I note he's not. So could you kind of elaborate on that? I really don't. I doubt that your business case is solid, Mr. Patel. And I personally, I live nearby. I would like to patronise your business. Maybe if you had a sort of a local residents discount, so the prices were more acceptable. But do you really think that it's going to make a difference?
Well, on the financial thing of having the local discount, etc., we've thought these things before, but quite honestly, with all the local big retailers in the area, we can never compete with that. I've quite openly said we're premiumly priced, and we are. Can't lie about it, but we are a convenience store. We have no option. Our rents are horrendously high. Our rates, we may not pay council tax, but we do pay business rates, which are equally as high. And if you add those together with wages, etc., it's a very, very high figure. Hence why 2 of the local convenience stores have already closed down, I feel, and turned, and a lot of, I just feel in the 18 years, we've seen a massive change in the area. You just have to count the number of estate agents, I think, in our local vicinity, and I'm sure the locals will agree. We're actually only left now with literally estate agents and coffee shops in our little vicinity. So it's a difficult time. And like I said, we've invested, and we've invested quite heavily only last year, a year and a half ago, to survive. I'm not going to lie, it's for business, and first and utmost, it is for the business. But we felt by putting a post office, it will help us. It will also help the community. So we've done it in what we believe was the right way. At the end of it, we're still struggling, unfortunately, and we still do have bills to pay and loans to repay. So that's where we stand on it. So as earlier, we have to try and speculate with every little angle now of trying to up our financial, because we are in a, if it was something we just wanted to make lots of money, which I totally agree, which it sounds, and we are there to make more money, we would have applied this 10 years ago. Why shouldn't we have? What would we have received? An objection and a no. Nothing further. It's taken us 18 years to make our first actual application. So that should tell you, or tell most people, that it's the current times. It's a situation that we're all in, and try our best. And we're trying to do our best. Is the word.
What date was the application made?
Sorry, what?
What date was the application made?
I think we made it in about 2 months ago.
End of June.
Yeah, somewhere. I don't know the exact date. I'm sorry, but I think it was. It could have been in May or June.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
No.
I had a second question. There's been a lot of discussion about sort of more serious incidents, and it's great to hear that you've only had to call the police once. I think reading the objections, and certainly the substance of my own objection, the concern is more around a lower level of disorder. What's your observation of that around in the area of the shop?
To be fair, like I say, we're very lucky, is the word I would use, being a business, that we don't actually get these people coming in that often. We get them coming in for pilferage. We're not going to lie. We can usually spot them when they come in, and as soon as we do, we sort of keep an eye on them, and they don't really bother us any more than that. But we don't get any trouble as such from them, and it's, I don't know if we're lucky or if it's just the vicinity we're in.
Might be because we're at the quieter end of Earls Court Road, possibly. There may have something to do with it.
Yeah. It's more around maybe the station where it's more, definitely more people around and more shops and stuff. But we've been very lucky.
Fewer houses and residents.
Yeah. I think we've just been generally lucky as well in the 18 years. I mean, I would have expected to have a bit more problems than we do, to be fair. But we, like I say, have been very lucky on that side, that we don't generally get problematic people.
Okay, I think I would. So what's the most problematic people per se? I've walked past your shop every morning since the 23rd of March when lockdown began.
Yeah.
And there are copious amounts of rubbish, drug taking equipment, all sorts, hypodermic needles, condoms. You know, that's really unpleasant. I do that walk daily with my children, and it's not nice. I think it's very hard to hypothesize any source of that waste and sort of blight on the street than your premises. Where could it come from?
Well, let me first of all say, if you see that, if I was living there, I wouldn't like that. I have 3 children of my own. Did you say you see it outside our shop?
Well, very close, around the corner, immediately around the corner. So north,
definitely
the first left on the Earls Court Road, for example.
I was going to say, if it wouldn't, I'm hoping it's not outside our shop, because I tend to walk in every morning and have a look outside first of all. And unless my staff's just cleared it up before I get there, it's generally clean outside our shop.
I'm not talking immediately outside the shop. I'm talking about within 20 to 50 meters of the shop. So it may not be immediately outside the premises, but there are a number of areas, secluded areas. There's a blocked off street immediately next to in the next junction north of the shop. There's a Muse opposite. There are a number of secluded locations which receive a lot of this detritus. And I think that's, that was a significant factor in a number of the objectors' feedback.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like I say, if I lived there, I wouldn't like to see stuff like that. But I must reiterate that.
So I do live there, and I do see that.
No, that's right. That's why I say I totally agree. If I was living there, I wouldn't like to see it. So I'm on your side on that. But the shop, I don't think the shop has any direct thing with that, because I don't think they're the people that are using our shop, unfortunately. Or I should say, fortunately for us.
I think we're into the terms of supposition.
Yeah, we have got no complaint records that would say that these issues are linked to the shop, to Crystals. Problem across.
Yes, it's going forward. Sorry, this is Mrs. Van Dam. Going forward, yes. If you give the license, obviously, for the last 18 years, the undesirable people may perhaps not have frequented the shop, but you're going forward, they probably will, in all likelihood, because it will be one of the only things open.
Well, there is another.
Yeah. Clearly, there's a big risk in giving this license.
Well, we will see. You will make your case just in a minute. We will see. But at the moment, we have to link up we have to link up these issues with this particular premises, and if we can't do that, we can't do that. If perhaps you will when you make your submission. Is
it incumbent on complainants to demonstrate a link, or the applicant to demonstrate no link? To be clear.
Sorry, I missed that.
They have sought to demonstrate that, but perhaps I thought they had sought to demonstrate that earlier on, in the way that they said they ran the premises and the people they would serve and that they wouldn't serve. And in the application, they talk about, to be fair, the fact that they don't serve vagrants and alcoholics. They have a challenge 25. You've read all that stuff. So yes. Unless there's something that we're missing.
Well, yes, but what I'm saying is you said earlier, the applicant said earlier, he's able to turn anybody who's undesirable away on the basis that they can't serve after a certain hour, etc. If he has a license for 24 hours, what's going to be his method of getting rid of undesirable clients?
Manish, the answer to that.
We'd do it like we do right now. If it's before 2 o'clock, we get the odd customer even now before 2 o'clock. That we have to be very genuine and say, look, I'm sorry, but we cannot serve you because we feel, and they don't always take it well, I'm not going to lie, but if it means we don't serve them, we have to go by that. And like I say, and I keep reiterating that if we made this application 2 months ago, we've been there 18 years. So it's not something we're just doing good for the last 2 months to try and get the license. We would have had to call out the police on more than one occasion, because we wouldn't be able to tolerate the abuse and stuff that is talked about for our own staff. Even if I'm not there, the staff would be happy to call the police if they're getting threats or abused or whatever. And we've not had that. If we do get that in the future, of course, we'd have to review our situation, and I'm sure we will, together with yourselves and the council. But right now, I can only say what we've experienced in the 18 years that we've been there as a business.
So yes, of course, Manish, this goes back to the question I asked earlier. In 18 years, you will be aware of what is happening in the Elscourt area. You will be aware of all the drug taking and the vagrants and all of the antisocial behaviour. You know all that. The residents speak to that in their objections, and they're speaking to that now. And what they're really saying, which was the contention that I posed earlier on their behalf, is that if you're given a 24-hour license, that there'll be more of that, and that they're saying now that they'll actually you'll either draw them to your premises or they'll be coming into your premises. That's their fear, that you are going to that you are somehow going to be responsible for increasing or being responsible for what is happening now on the future. That's what they're basically saying. You have said otherwise, have you?
James Carter here, if you look at the crime statistics for the area, there is a hotspot in Earls Court and there is a hotspot right by this premises. Well, it's actually slightly to the west, but on the same road. It's really stark. In fact, harassment. The map is almost exactly reflects the presence of these two shops, the applicants and the other, which is already 24-hour licensed.
Well, I understand that, but you have to be able to link it directly to the premises legally.
Right.
That is the issue. When you make your submission, perhaps you can go into this more fully and link it directly to these premises, because you have to link it. Unfortunately, you have to link any activity directly to the premises. Move on with questioning now, if you're finished, James.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have some questions, please.
Can you identify yourself?
Yes, I'm Andre Mazzella, and I live in the Mews directly across from Crystals. And I look forward to my 10 minutes to discuss my thoughts. So I'm going to try to limit my comments and give the Patels an opportunity to answer some of the questions.
Can I say that you're asking them questions on what they have just said, because you will get your 10 minutes, as you say. Yeah,
that's correct. Yes, I'm going to ask them questions. I agree. So my question. So living in the Mews, I've following the questions and the comments from the councillor that all of the attention seems to be focused on the sort of the safety of staff and what you'll do to turn people away. And the councillor's comments seem to suggest that we, the residents, need to directly prove that there's a bit of a disturbance. And of course, we would need CCTV cameras and all that to actually produce video evidence. Fortunately, we have just spent a fortune on CCTV cameras to install on our house so that we could actually witness all that stuff. So hopefully we will be able to provide some video evidence to the council to support our comments. But unfortunately, we've only had that up and running for a short amount of time, and we've done it because we've had a very serious increase in crime and drunk and disorderly and all kinds of things, and people turning up at our door, people stealing from us. So that's why. But so I guess what I wanted to ask directly, I'll start by saying that I'm less interested about, it's not that I'm not interested in your safety. I'm very interested in your safety, but I'm assuming that you're going to take the risks for that. I'm more interested in the safety of my family and the residents that live around here. And I guess what I want to ask you is, firstly, maybe if you could elaborate on one, describe the typical customer, or maybe the typical customer types that you expect to be buying alcohol at, say, like 3 or 4 in the morning from your shop. If you could also maybe describe how many people do you think are going to be coming into your shop to buy alcohol. If you could also describe how you think that they're arriving at your shop and leaving your shop, and where they're going to actually consume the alcohol that they're buying. just to preempt, I will say to you that, you know, we actually, from the Muse, we have this terrific vantage point where we can actually witness people walking out of your store and coming into our Muse to drink their alcohol, do their drugs, and make noise. So, you know, I appreciate that all the questions are about the disorder and maybe, you know, issues within your store. And like I said, I'm more interested about the disorder and the issues and the crime outside of your store in front of my house. So I want to ask you, you know, like I said, you know, how many people do you think are going to buy alcohol? How much alcohol are they going to buy? Where do you think they're going to consume it? How do they get there and how do they leave? Is it on foot or are they going by car?
First of all, I don't know how much alcohol we would regard to sell, but I'm more than hopeful that they do drink it at home and not on the streets. Mm-hmm. Like I say, we're already licensed to, and you may have different proofs of that they're buying it from our shop and going directly to the Muse and drinking it. We're there as well, and I don't see that. And you could be correct. I don't know. We don't actually follow the person outside and see where they're drinking it or not. But
right, I do though. I mean, yeah. I don't want to cut you off, but I do see that. So I appreciate. And if you're in the store.
And can you tell me what times these things happen?
Well, you know, I'm sure you're aware. There's for example, a youth hostel right on Bolton Gardens.
There is, yes.
So which has been appears to have been closed for the last few months due to coronavirus.
It has, yes.
But for example, you know, all through the day and evening, we typically get people walking from the youth hostel through the Muse to your store, buying alcohol and coming back. And what's a perfect place to consume it? In front of my window. Right. So I can appreciate that if you or your staff is behind a counter inside the store and you sell them alcohol, you're not actually following where that person is going.
That's right.
And while, like I said, I certainly appreciate, you know, the risks that you're taking serving these people at 4 a.m, but I gather that you understand the risks. For me, I'm more concerned about where those people go to consume there, what sort of people. So again, you know, you're applying for this license, you're here at a hearing. I've asked you a question about how many people, and you've discussed how hopeful you are, but you must have had some sort of projections of how many people you actually think that you know how much revenue you're actually going to make by serving alcohol from 2 a.m. until whenever it goes in. So maybe you could elaborate without maybe disclosing any business secrets of how much revenue.
If we could get anything up to 10% even, we'd be more than happy.
How many people does 10% represent?
It's not the, I really don't know. It could be another 30 people, say, I don't know.
So 30 people buying alcohol from 2 a.m. till.
Well, I'm not saying that it's just going to be alcohol. They may purchase other stuff. And
well, okay, but we're not really concerned about the other stuff at this point. We're concerned about the alcohol.
Yeah, but we don't know until we've actually tried it. So we can't actually give you an exact figure. We may.
Okay, but at the present, you think that it's about 30 people?
It could be. We don't know, but we're speculating is the word.
Okay, well, 30 people's a lot. Can I ask you, like, what sort of people do you think typically would be buying alcohol at 3 or 4 in the morning? Well, I don't do it very regularly.
Yeah, like I say, I don't think
I don't recall if I've ever done it, quite frankly. But
yeah, but I'm curious. Think it'd be the street drinkers that we encourage and that come to our shop even now. We don't actually, like I say, we are against the street drinkers that you're saying, because we don't actually, most of the street drinkers, as you may be aware, and I'm not being prejudiced against any of them, but they're the ones that often will be drinking super strength beers and ciders. We've never stopped them in 18 years. Not now, because we are applying for a license. We haven't done that in 18 years. So you know, we do our best to try and prevent some of this as well. For our own safety, as well.
But I'm not really sure how you can prevent it. So somebody comes into your store, they buy alcohol, and if you have a license for them to, you know, to buy alcohol, and presumably they're not, you know, they're not completely drunk and violent at that moment, then you're going to sell them the alcohol. So I can appreciate that, and I hope you can appreciate. I don't think that there's really much you can do to control that. But once they leave your store, that's what concerns me.
Well, the 30 I'm going with is on the assumption as well on we're going to be partners with Deliveroo and Uber Eats. Now that the customer won't see, you won't see the customer coming in or out because it's a delivery driver who picks up and drops off at their location.
Well, that's wonderful, and I think that's great. And if you do have somebody that can deliver alcohol to somebody's house, you know, that's their business, what they do in the house.
Exactly.
So that's a completely different matter as far as I'm concerned. I'm much more concerned about sort of what type of people you know, are desperately need of alcohol at 4 a.m. and where they're going to drink it.
I think
Andrew, you're repeating yourself now. I mean, I was allowing these business questions because I think you are trying to demonstrate that some of those people may be people who are causing trouble in your mews or in the area, which I think Manish has answered. I mean, we don't need to go into the minutiae of how he runs his business, do we?
No, I'm actually not that concerned about how he runs his business. I'm concerned about, you know, I wish him well, but I'm not actually concerned at all about how he runs his business. What I'm concerned about is what kind of people are attracted to buying alcohol at 4 a.m. and how many of them and where they go to drink their alcohol. And I know where they go to drink it because I see it. I mean,
the type of people he described earlier. I think he described earlier. He said the people coming in to do shopping people in the locality who want to pop a bottle of wine into their basket. They may be shift workers. They may be people who are working late. He described those sorts of people. He didn't describe unless it's going to be proved. He didn't describe rowdy, drunken drug dealers. In fact, he said the opposite. And how many times do you want to ask the same question?
No, but
yeah,
okay, all
right.
I appreciate that, and I'll back off. I don't want to repeat myself. I'm not suggesting that they're rowdy or anything like that, and I'm actually. So I'll drop the topic because again, you know, whether they're rowdy or they're not rowdy, we actually do see where they're coming to drink. So, but anyway, I'll back off. I'll wait. I'll save any comments for later.
Yeah, Mr. Mazzella, that's what I was going to say. I mean, you're just questioning the applicant, your thoughts and so on. You've got 10 minutes to express them later, and then we can ask you questions about various aspects. You already have some.
The other point that was made, the other point that was made, perhaps James, that councillors were saying that you have to prove where the problem is coming from by registering complaints. Well, we don't make those decisions. The licensing legislation says that complaints can only be considered really to back up claims if they're recorded. So we're not making this up.
Yeah.
Have any objectors? Are there any objectors who have not yet asked a question or questions? Have we got anyone left who hasn't asked questions from the objectors? And the other thing I should say is that the supporters made statements earlier when the applicants did, and the objectors do actually have a right to ask questions to the supporters, but so you have that right, but they basically supported the case that you are questioning the applicants on. So if there are no other objectors who wish to ask questions, we could move on to the actual objectors.
Chair,
yes.
Could we ask Mr. Foster wanted to comment? Is that suitable at this point? As one of the supporters wanted to comment on some statements made by objectors, is that allowed at this point?
why does Mr. Foster want? He made a statement. He made a statement. Well, if he wishes to,
Chairman, it's Andrew Foster here.
Yes.
Thank you, but I think you've just covered some of the points that were concerning me, so I thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I was only allowing that line of questioning because I thought that I thought it was going to lead to, well, it seemed to lead to the type of customers and therefore what's happening in the area, etc. But of course, we need proof, or not we, but the law needs proof about what is happening. It's unfortunate that we have all these problems in a particular area, but unless you can attribute it to a particular premises, then the law says you can't.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've refocused the issue very, very capably, and that was my only comment. Thank you.
Heidi, unless I've got the procedure wrong, we will move to the objectors now.
Chairman, that's correct. That's Lindsay.
Which objector? Sorry, Lindsay. Which objector wants to go first with the 10 minutes?
Chair, can we have clarification? Do we have 10 minutes each or 10 minutes together?
Well, you have 10 minutes each. The law says you have 10 minutes each. You may or may not want to use 10 minutes, but you have 10 minutes each.
Thank you, Chair.
To go.
So who's going first?
I'm happy to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councillor.
It's Carolyn.
Oh, sorry, Carolyn.
Yeah,
That's Carolyn Fisher for the record.
correct.
Right, you've got your 10 minutes starting now.
Listen, just as a caveat, Earls Court Residents Association does not represent Bramham Gardens or Barkston Gardens or any other gardens for that matter. So I just wanted to make sure that this is Earls Court residents' objections are distinct from the other ones. I do object to the application for the extension of an alcohol license. I've lived in Bramham Gardens for 15 years, and I've noticed a marked deterioration in terms of safety and cleanliness. Out of those 15 years, I would say the first 10, I really had no reason to complain about safety, about cleanliness, about drunks or anything. Over the last 5 years, I've had numerous incidences and personal attacks on myself on my property. Much of that is due to increased crime generally. I see broken liquor bottles, drug remnants like syringes, nitrous oxide bottles. We regularly see drunk people sitting on the steps of buildings, which scare the children. The police are already stretched, and 101 does not work. So we're already taxpayers feeling a lot more vulnerable. And we have incidences of drug fuel trespassers in the communal gardens and leftover drug bottles. I live in Bramham Gardens, and in my morning walks, I actually regularly see broken bottles, nitrous oxide canisters, and these are areas where very young children and toddlers play in the gardens. And so they have to be scanned by parents to make sure that they're not picking up a piece of glass or a syringe or something else. We're already at risk and worry about the children's safety as it stands. And regularly in the middle of the night at 3 a.m., there are drugged out or drunk or high people who storm down the area screaming at the top of their lungs. And my question, if they get abusive and they go into crystals and they're rejected, sometimes those people are already high. And what they do is they go down the garden squares and they scream at the top of their lungs at 3 a.m., which actually is very bad for the mental health of these children who often get woken up. Drunken people leaving bars and pubs, want an extra, bottle of alcohol, junkies. There's a lot of fighting. There's smoking. There's urinating. Creeping around the neighborhood, and it's increasing dramatically. I think noticeably. Just to let you know, just a couple of personal incidents that happened to me. I live on a first floor terrace in Bramham Gardens. About 5 years ago, I woke up to find two people on my terrace, high as a kite, standing on a table with a watering can watering my plants. They were stoned out of their minds. And you can imagine how terrified I was waking up to see these people. When I actually sort of confronted them, they tried to get down the terrace that they climbed up. I'm not even sure how they got up, but one of them fell. And I think if they fell wrong, they could have killed themselves. We have my catalytic converter in my car was literally sawed off from underneath my car in the borough in broad daylight a few months ago because the precious metals are valuable for cash. So the police couldn't do anything. My neighbor the other day was robbed outside a bank on Earls Court Road. This is in broad daylight. She said that she could smell the alcohol on his breath, and he shouted at her as she was trying to pull some cash out of the ATM, and she was terrified. She said that's never happened to her before, and she's not going to go to that ATM again. There's no reason why Crystals should be given this license. It only makes the streets and around the neighborhood less safe, dirtier, and even more threatening than it is, and we have children to protect. Now, the other thing I wanted to say is that nobody wants Crystals to go out of business. We're happy to support them. I think the idea of getting the post office was a great idea. But selling alcohol in the middle of the night is not going to help anybody. It's going to fuel antisocial behavior, and the police are not available. Even at 3 a.m. Late last night, there were 6 people on the steps drinking and had a boombox just across the street from me. I called the police. And they said they would respond within an hour. 2.5 hours later, there were no police. And when I called back, because these kids started playing football in the street, which is probably, could damage a car, they said, this is not threatening. So if someone's not being personally assaulted, they don't have the bandwidth or the capacity to handle it. So while your people that working, from midnight to 8 a.m. in the morning might have an abusive person and feel threatened, the police aren't going to come unless there is an incident that is going to be so serious that somebody's, personal safety has been threatened. I think that's all I have to say.
Perhaps we'll ask a couple of questions if I can.
Yeah.
I absolutely understand, Caroline, the issues that you're talking about, because I've been a councillor a very long time, and we have in various areas of the borough the sort of situations that you are talking about, and the police and the local authority and other areas of enforcement are overstretched, particularly at the moment. They've been overstretched for years. And that is an issue that councillors in particular and resident associations and others are working day and night on to try and reduce in those streets. We can't, of course, expect that, and we hope that that licensees will do their part in not selling alcohol to druggies and drunks, etc. So we are going to have to we're going to have to come together in communities to try to deal with these problems.
But how do you do that?
Well, that is not a job for this committee, but it's something you need to talk to your councillors about, the council, the police.
I know, but I'm saying you can't really make a statement like that without offering a solution.
Well, the councillors who you elected should be offering those solutions and answers. But the point I'm making is that we cannot. It's not, unless we can legally attribute that to these particular premises or any particular premises, we can only deal with this particular premises. We can't deal with the wider problems in society on this committee. I wish we could, but we can't. And if you don't know what the issues are locally and how to solve them and the partners that are dealing with them, then I think that's sad, because we all know who is working in our areas to try and deal with these problems.
I am sorry.
Can you attribute? I mean, we need to attribute the issues that you're talking about directly to these premises. How can you do that?
What you're asking is 24-hour surveillance, which is not a viable or reasonable request. What we see is a marked increase of drinking alcohol, antisocial behavior that is linked to drugs and alcohol. The number of incidences that police get on the phone requesting assistance because people feel threatened has increased dramatically, whilst the budgets have decreased. So unless there is a 24-hour surveillance linking, as Andre Mazzella said, at Crystals or somebody buying alcohol down to the street or into the garden as they climb over a fence, then that's just completely unreasonable.
Unfortunately, that's what the law that's what the law tends to say. Anyone else got any questions, committee?
Yes, I'd like to make an observation and ask the question of.
Councillor Schmetterling.
I suppose of. Thanks. Sorry. Yes, this is Councillor Schmetterling. Basically of Ms. Fisher, and similar question will be addressed to Mr. Mazzella, although he will speak later, I gather. Just to underline what the chair said, we have to attribute antisocial behaviour to the premises. And so far, I've heard, frankly, nothing. There's been, and you, Ms. Fisher, you spoke about daylight robbery, literally, which is terrible. Of course it is. But you have no links to these premises. So I'd like to know, have you linked them? I'd like to comment on your catalytic converter robbery, which is, of course, extremely sad and expensive. But I get it in my neck of the woods. This is a London-wide problem for the reasons I think you've given. So again, I can't see how this is linked to the premises. Blaming drug equipment somehow to the premises is, I mean, how do you do that? I don't think they sell them. I mean, they might sell, well, I don't know. I don't think they said anything that's relevant. If you see syringes, what's that got to do with the premises?
What I'm talking about is antisocial behavior, which has increased as a result of drug and alcohol use. It is completely unreasonable for anybody to suggest that somehow there should be a track and trace on a person who goes into a store to buy alcohol to find out what their movements are after. If we had to do that, then we would live in a lawless society, because nobody would be able to prove it unless they followed the person, or there was track and trace, or the police acted real time, which they can't because there's no budget. What we are saying is that if there is an increase in availability of alcohol, which is actually a disservice to society for those people who actually are already, in dire straits, and we're just fueling the fire, that's not a practical solution. It is completely unreasonable to suggest that we would be able to link directly. I'm not saying that Crystals should not be able to sell whatever they sell during the day, but selling alcohol, applying for a license to sell alcohol specifically at night, is for a very specific reason. Partly, yes, it could be people going from late night shifts to get a bottle of wine, but I would say that a large number of those people are going in there to buy spirits and to drink them in the area and leave broken bottles. And so if you want to take fingerprints on bottles that are out, that have been dropped or broken outside somebody's home, or take fingerprints of syringes or DNA tests on condoms to try to trace it, that's what you're asking us to do, to try to prove
no.
Not specific.
I don't think so. Ms. Fisher, I don't think so. But I mean, Mr. Mazzella, when he speaks, we can ask him the question. But I don't think so, because a lot of these complaints I hear, there's been about broad daylight, and there's been stuff deposited around the corner. What this has to do with the store? I don't think we can.
That's incorrect.
This committee is not. I would like to ask you if you understand that this committee is not in a position, as the chair has underlined, or I underline what the chair said. This committee is not in a position to make general comments or make council policy or police policy. We're here to concern ourselves with these particular premises and whether we should grant them extra hours. And so if we can hear, people have observed somebody coming out, and I think Mr. Mazzella may wish to speak later, people come out of these premises, sit on somebody's front door, front steps, 50 meters down the road, then that's evidence. We have very few complaints about this. There's been 3 complaints in the 12 months. So, this is the difficulty we have, Ms. Fisher, and that's why we're hoping that we get concrete evidence rather than a general fear of crime, which is what we've got here.
I'm sorry, but they are not Crystals and antisocial behavior, but antisocial behavior as a result of increased alcohol usage and drug usage, and to any store that is offering alcohol are inextricably linked. They are not distinct, and you can't separate the two, because if we make it available, then people will avail themselves of it. So you cannot distinguish and say the two are not connected. They are.
If the trouble is, if we as a committee decide on the basis of that generalized evidence to refuse this application, Crystals can appeal on the grounds that we made a decision that did not relate to their premises, and they will most likely win. And we'll waste lots of taxpayers' money hiring lawyers and a court and have a court fine, etc. Because the judge will say, "Why did you make this decision without correct evidence? Why did you attribute all of this generalized crime and antisocial behaviour to these premises when there's no proof?" We'll be found guilty. And we'll say, well, we did it because the residents are concerned about crime across the area, and so are we, Mr. Judge. And he will say, it doesn't matter. The law says you must counsel, you must have evidence before you make your decision. So that's just that's the position we are in. We understand the generalized crime and antisocial behavior and drugs and pissing on people's doorsteps. And we understand all of that because we have it in our own areas, in our own many premises in our own areas. But we can't attribute. But we can't. We can't make a decision based on something that doesn't, because the law won't support it.
Yeah, Mr. Mason, I think the thing is that 90% of the crimes that happen, unless it's murder, are never really traceable. So you've got situations where there's lots of vandalism, lots of antisocial behavior. It can't be tracked. If in society that we say we're going to allow everybody to have a liquor license between 12 and 6 in the morning because you can't find who committed the crime, then we're lawless.
If something happens at these premises, all you've got to do is email licensing at rbkc.gov.uk and say X happened, and it will be recorded as a complaint. So it's simple to X happened last night. And it will be recorded.
I have 7 years of complaints.
All right.
Nothing has happened.
Well, they're not. They're not. So
I think. Sorry, I just am a bit confused about your question. We're trying to discuss a possible license. So how could you possibly ask us to link it to crystals at this stage when that doesn't exist? I don't understand where you're coming from.
If
the situation is a plausible one, it has not existed yet. So how are you asking us to link it to crystals? Right?
Well, I'm not asking. The law is asking.
No, that's not true. I don't understand which part of the law you're discussing, but would you like us to put then into question the Chelsea football 2 days a week that we have to put up with? That then you have to have the pubs, taken care of by the police those 2 days until the pubs close, and now you're going to allow that group, which comes and travels from all over London and elsewhere, that they're going to be allowed to continue on drinking through the night. Is that what we're going to do? We're going to have to review that permission that you gave?
I'm not going to review anything. I'm dealing with this case. We are dealing with this case. I think.
One impacts the other. I'm very
Who's speaking, by the way? Who is speaking at the moment?
Right. So,
Brenda Van Dam.
Yeah, right. So we're still on questions. I've almost forgotten where we are now, to be honest.
Well, I think I'd like to know where you are in terms of the law.
Right. So
what law are you talking about?
All right. So I was asking questions to the first to Caroline.
Yes.
To Caroline. So I finished my questions. So therefore, and Councillor Smetterling was asking questions. If we finish those questions, we can move on to the next objector, who is who wants to go next? Which objector wants to give their 10 minutes?
I'm happy to go next.
All right.
You can you identify yourself for the public?
Yeah, yes, I can. It's Andre Mazzella.
Right, Andre, you've got 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Okay. I would like to start just by saying to the Patels that this is nothing personal, and we really appreciate that they're there. We frequent their store quite a bit. So, and we wish them all the success. So this is really, really just about sort of selling alcohol after hours and the effects that we see in the community. It seems to me, I completely agree with Ms. Van Dam and Ms. Fisher's statements that the councillor appears to be putting the burden of proof on the residents to demonstrate this is that this will be bad for them, which I don't really understand given this current format. It's not a crime. Where people are being asked if they approve and if they have any objections. And to Ms. Van Dam's point, how can we prove something that hasn't actually really occurred? However, what I can say is that as residents of the Mews for 16 years, We've seen the neighborhood go, change in, for the better, for the worse, for the better again. And I will say that recently it's about the worst that I've actually seen it in the 16 years that I've been here. And when I say that, I mean, exactly the things that we're talking about and exactly the things that Ms. Fisher talked about. And again, it's beyond the scope of this. You will actually be hearing from me because I do want to address some of those issues, but keeping it more pertinent to Crystals, as residents of the Mews, we actually do see people come out of Crystals and come into the Mews to do drugs and drink. We actually do see people come out of Crystals, do their business, and then defecate, like literally in front of our front door. We've seen it. We've captured it on video. We literally do see people coming in and out from the youth hostel, going to Crystals, coming back with large cans of beer and camping out literally in the Mews. In the middle of the night. We have had people knocking on the doors at 4 a.m, asking for money, asking for all kinds of things. And quite frankly, it's a bit scary. You can imagine it's a bit scary when you see these people, when you open your door, you hear a racket outside of your door, you look out the window, or when somebody's ringing your doorbell in the middle of the night. Now, I like this has been going on for a long time. Okay, but and it's always been a problem. If you've ever walked through our Mews, you'll see that there's a lot of flowers and flower pots that my wife, has invested a lot of money and time to make beautiful, and everybody who walks through there can enjoy. We do, unfortunately, spend a lot of time picking those beer cans that are sold at Crystals out of the Mews, out of the pots. We are spending time chasing people out of the Mews when they're urinating against the side of somebody's house or on their door. And sometimes those things, those confrontations are actually a little bit scary. I don't want to get into a fight with somebody that's drunk, because I'm telling him not to pee on my neighbor's door or on my door. And I just find it a little bit, I think the line of questioning from Councillor Mason, I just don't really understand it. It's you're talking about the law. This is this is an issue here where people lodge their concerns. Where this is a community, and we're expressing our concerns and fears, and I think they're legitimate concerns and fears. And to put the burden of proof to link all those things just simply doesn't make sense. However, like I said, my wife and I just recently spent, several £1,000s installing a number of CCTV cameras on the corner of our house because we were just tired of getting robbed. We were tired of seeing these people in front of the Mews. We were tired of seeing people urinating in the Mews. We had squatters in one of the houses in the Mews that were, that's a whole other matter, but so we will start producing video evidence. However, for the purposes of this meeting, it's probably too soon. I would be happy to provide some of that evidence in the future when we collect it. But for now, as a resident here, I already see that there's a very serious problem. And I just don't really understand how the council can't really appreciate that if we already have a problem, how it might be better if we sell alcohol from 2 till 8 in the morning. I can't really understand that. So maybe I would put the burden of proof on the council to maybe demonstrate how they think that this would actually be better for the community. So instead of asking us how we can prove that it'd be worse for the community, maybe somebody could address that. But let me use my time a little bit more before I give the councillor an opportunity to explain that. I would say that, like, as a general statement, the area around Earl's Court is, I've never seen it so bad with people, with drunk junkies walking through the streets, and like Caroline said, day or night. The other day I was literally accosted 3 times walking up towards the station from the Mews. One guy actually grabbed me by the arm. Okay, and then when I got a little bit further on, approaching the station, a man that had been sitting there drinking alcohol got up from the doorstep that he was sitting on to drink, literally walked over to Earl's Court Road, dropped his pants, and urinated directly into the street while cars were passing and people were walking by. Children, adults, everybody. I don't really understand, if we already have a problem, how selling alcohol from 2 till 8 in the morning actually improves that situation. I can only see that getting worse. And I would say that you mentioned, the counselor mentioned that the resources are stretched, the police are stretched. So if the police are stretched and they can't already handle the current load of problems with the drugs, with the alcohol, with the vandalism, with the theft in the area and the drunken disorderly behavior, how is this overstretched police force going to deal with potentially other problems that are going to occur from 2 till 8 in the morning? And I would kindly ask that Councillor Mason maybe address that and say, since you brought up the point that the police are stretched, that there aren't enough resources to handle all the problems, and I think you even sort of suggested that the problems have been on the rise, how do you think that selling alcohol from 2 till 8 in the morning will actually improve the situation for the residents that live around here?
Chair,
I have a lot of comments to make. I think there's probably, keeping this, very relevant to Crystals. I think I'll stop there. But I think the councillor, I think everybody will agree that the level of crime that we're seeing, the level of junkies and people accosting people walking up and down Earl's Road now has been at a level that we haven't seen in years. So I don't really understand how anybody thinks that that's going to improve.
You finished?
So that's it. I'll hold my comments from there.
Thank you. Does anybody else in the committee want to go before I do?
I don't mind. I've got a few points to make. Or Councillor Aretti, off you go.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mazzella, for speaking. May I know which door do you live on Weatherby Mews? Or is it further down or in the middle?
It's in the middle. If you don't mind me.
That's fine. All I need to, because you said.
I think it's in all the correspondences that I have, so you can find out. I would say it's in the middle, and I have a good vantage point on both sides. I can see people coming into the Mews from Earl's Court, and quite frankly, I can actually see the front door of Crystals from my vantage point. And I can also see people coming into the Mews from the arch side on Bolton Gardens. So I have a very good vantage point.
Right, got it. Okay, because then I know you made a statement that you've seen people buying cans of beers and walking down the Mews. So I just want to double check that, because I'm just looking at the maps right now. All right. Quick question. You basically made a point that we can't distinguish whether, because this license doesn't exist, so we can't really distinguish whether there could be more threat in the future if it didn't exist. But my question is, how do you determine if one premises or one shop would foresee any sort of disturbances or any sort of threat in the future? I mean, how would you determine something? Based on what?
Based on, I can answer that as well after you, Andre.
Okay, thank you. So I think so. If I understand your question, you're asking me how I can justify that there'll be an increase of problems. I mean, we're sort of arguing the same thing. How can you argue that there won't be if it doesn't? But I will answer your question. So I'll answer your question. I'll try to answer the question the best that I can. While I when I had the opportunity to question the Patels, I asked them very specifically how many additional customers they thought would be coming in from 2 till 4 in the morning, or 2 till 8 in the morning, sorry. What sort of customers, how much booze they would be buying, and where they thought that they'd be drinking it. And they didn't really have a very good answer. It was kind of fuzzy, and I think they sort of suggested about 30 people. Well, 30 people, it's not an insignificant number. Okay, now, given my vantage point, and like I said, now we have the CCTV cameras that we've installed at our own expense to watch out. We already see quite a traffic of people coming through the Mews, coming to and from Crystals on a regular basis, all through the day and and a lot of those people stop to drink in there. We already see that. So if we already see that during the day, and in fact, Mr. Patel argues that there's going to be, they're expecting at least 30 more of those. It's pretty reasonable for me to expect that some of those 30 people will be coming through the Mews, and some will probably stop there. So if that's what you're asking, we certainly can't prove an event that actually hasn't all. It seems very reasonable that since people do that up until
Andre, you're cutting out
in the morning at present, that at 2:01 and sorry,
Andre, you're cutting off.
Cutting out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No. Sorry. Okay. So I think
you need
the
to
point that I
repeat
was
the last
making
sentence or two.
So the last sentence or two is,
please.
While I certainly can't prove an event that actually hasn't occurred, what I can say is that we actually do witness this.
You're cutting off again,
Mr.
Mazzella.
Until 2 when buying Crystals and okay, well, I'm not sure what else I can do. This is
we've got the point.
Maybe Brenda, do you want to speak while
No.
I think
sorry.
the only other thing.
Sorry,
Brenda,
we're asking questions to Andre, who has just given his 10-minute statement. You can give your you can give your 10 minutes if you haven't already.
No, it's just specifically on that one issue, on that one question to Andre. So I don't want to go over it again, obviously. Yeah. All I'm saying is that the Crystals has definitely said that they will be using the social media plus Uber plus Deliveroo. And as you know, they've been there for 18 years, but recently the Tube has now opened up for 24-hour service several days a week. So you can imagine, once everybody knows that there's a 24-hour license, we can get people coming from anywhere in London who want booze late at night. And our area is supposed to be residential. Most residential areas do not have late night licensing. That's for areas of London that never sleep.
Okay. Have you finished, Councillor Oretti?
Well, I don't know if I'm still cutting in. I'm happy to try to answer the question.
I'm asking Councillor Oretti if he's got any more questions for you, who have just given your 10-minute statement.
Indeed.
Councillor Oretti, have you any further questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Okay, so Andre, actually, Andre, actually, you have given strange enough, you have given some evidence that is relevant. You actually gave evidence just a moment ago. You said you saw people come out of Crystals, do drugs and defecate, and you mentioned the youth hospital and you mentioned them coming to the. So that's you've actually given the sort of evidence that we need, which is very useful. So that is evidence that we will have to take into account, that you have actually witnessed this this happening, and that's why we're testing what the residents are saying, because we need this type of evidence, and that's very useful. The evidence that you have given, which paints a different picture for us than we have heard. So apart from Councillor Smetterling has any questions for Andre? Councillor Smetterling, do you have any questions?
Yes, yes. The thing is, I suppose in this context, I would ask how many of these incidents that you have reported, and I suppose the same question will go to Mr. Carter and other people, actually are just daylight. How many of them are after 1 a.m.? That's really the key. And I just would like to comment about burden of proof. I think we cannot, people are innocent till proven guilty, I think. And I would like to mention in this context also, if we are minded to grant this extension, and there really is evidence that there's a problem, then you can always ask for a review. So that, it is the license, if it's granted, is for, so to speak, forever almost, but it can be reviewed any time. In fact, I have to sit on a review next week of some other premise somewhere else, just to give you an example. So if you have in the past witnessed things, even without video evidence, how come it has not been reported in connection with Crystal? We know of 3 complaints, and then, they're not all about noise and nuisance. So why, if you've got the evidence, have you not reported them? It's very easy, as the chair said earlier, just write to licensing@rbkc.gov.uk.
Okay, well, so you've made a point that I would like to address, but I'll first try to answer that question. Is that I want you to just sort of put it into a realistic context here. So you asked, first of all, like, how many of those incidences happen after 1 a.m.? A lot. What's a lot? And how many do there need to be for it to be a lot? Well, is once a week a lot in your opinion? I don't know. For me, it's kind of a lot, even if it's once or twice a week or 3 times a week. If I see people coming out of Crystals. Now, like, mind you, I just want to take a step back here, because I and other people have brought up other incidences in the area that, are a little bit off topic, and we're trying to focus specifically on Crystals. So I'm not trying to attribute all of the problems in the neighborhood to Crystals. So I just want to make that clear. But going back to your question, how many times? It's a hard question to ask, because for me it's a lot. 2-3 times a week, if I have to open up my window and ask people, first politely, to please not urinate on my house, or stop standing outside of my front door smoking cigarettes and drinking the beer that they just bought at Crystals and making loud noise, or worse, people actually shooting up or doing other types of drugs in front of our house after just coming through or coming, back from Crystals. I mean, I don't know how many times you actually have to see that to consider it a lot. I mean, to me, it's a lot, and it's too much for my liking. Why isn't it reported? So let's think about this in a realistic fashion. So you have 3 or 4 people, or sometimes it's just 1, coming through the Mews, hanging out, doing drugs, and you ask them to leave. You sometimes, like, it gets a little bit confrontational, and then they do eventually disperse. Do we just pick up the phone and say, like, and whose fault is it? Do we complain about Crystals? I think that's why it doesn't get reported. Some of these things have been reported, but to the police, I know one of my neighbors.
Sorry, Mr. Mazzella, I just dropped out for some reason. Could you repeat the last sentence? Sorry, it just froze and it dropped me out.
Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, we're all having.
That's not your fault. It's my fault. At my end, it happened in my end. Sorry.
But
go on.
So incidences do get reported. but you know, it's like what Miss Fisher said. You know, if you do call the police, they don't actually respond. And
Mr. Mazzella, sorry to interrupt. I mean, you haven't written to RBKC, sorry, licensing at rbkc.gov.uk or filled in an online form. The council is not aware of this. The police is one thing, but I'm asking you why you haven't reported to the council at least once or twice, because the premises we're talking about are licensed by the council, not by the police. So the permission to operate is given by the council. So my question is, why have you not reported when you have direct evidence, even during the day, it doesn't matter what time of the day, to say, I witnessed that this person came out of the Crystals, sat on my doorstep or next door and defecated or urinated or what? Remember, they don't sell drugs in Crystal, as far as I know. So that's my question. Why have you not?
Now put that in the letter.
Sorry, Councillor. I'm not suggesting that they sell drugs. And again, I think I mentioned that I'm not trying to attribute all the problems of the neighborhood to Crystals and to Crystals' license. Okay, so I certainly have a lot to say, and you will actually be hearing from me very soon, by the way. But you know, like I'm, if is it really? I guess I don't really understand I just don't really understand the point of your question. If you have somebody coming through your muse and you ask them, can you please, like that, or you see somebody, you chase them out of your muse while they're urinating on your door. I don't know. I guess I don't think to write the council the next day. After a certain while, it starts to build up. And then maybe you do, but in this forum, we're being asked to comment on how we feel about a 24-hour license, and it's almost like, you know, I find this a little bit an odd line of questioning, because again, it really does appear to me like you're asking us to produce evidence. It's like a burden of proof on us to prove that this will actually be negative for our community. And I would say to you that in this kind of forum, if you're asking people's opinion, you know, I mean, it's a community forum. It's like, hi, community, how do you feel about this? Well, we're not happy about this. So we're telling you why we're unhappy about it. Okay, so that's the first thing. But I would kindly ask you, maybe if you don't mind me, since you are our elected representatives, maybe you could demonstrate to us, and maybe if I could shift that burden back onto you to demonstrate why you think that selling alcohol to people at 3 in the morning or 4 in the morning will be beneficial to the residents that live across from Crystals.
Mr. Mazzella, I'm happy to answer that, but as I think the chair's already said in the past, this is not, this is a sort of a legal process here, and the Licensing Act 2003 sets out certain rules, and this is not a court of law, as it were. It's a panel to decide whether this is not a moral decision. It's the panel has to decide whether granting a license or extension or variation has a detrimental effect. That's what the objections do. And so that's why I'm asking you. I'm not saying every time you see something you report it, but sorry, Mr. Mazzella.
Sure.
Can I just finish? Mr. Mazzella,
yeah, of course.
You've presented what appears to be hard evidence of a problem, right? So, but the council doesn't know about this. The council can only deal with
I didn't present that
with them. So you've presented apparently real evidence. But you've just said it now. We have no record of this.
Okay.
You know, you can say. I mean, you can make an allegation. Sorry, I've got to finish. You can make an allegation.
I disagree with you, by the way.
You can say.
Speak,
Mr. Mazzella, one at a time. You are free to speak and answer me or comment on what I say, whenever afterwards, as the chair allows. Right. If you have now today made an assertion. Now I have to tell you another. Objector commented about litter, which appeared to imply litter in front of the shop. After some discussion, it turns out it was nowhere near the shop. I mean, it was sort of near, but it was round the corner, nothing to do with it. So we have we would love you to, you see a problem, you've seen them walk out the shop and come into your muse, drink it in an unsocial way, and they shouldn't be sitting there anyway. I agree with that. You've not reported it to the council. So even So we have no record.
No, but we've reported
don't know
to
that
the
on
police.
day one.
You're
which
right. We
happened
haven't
on
reported
two-
it to the council. We've reported it to the police. We have reported a number of things actually to the RBKC, but we have reported some of this stuff to the police. And so you're right. It hasn't been to the council. It has been to the Metropolitan Police. So maybe that we went down the wrong route.
Andrea, we cannot go back in time. None of us. We can't go back in time. But we can go forward in time.
Yes,
the next moment any such incident as you've described happens, you simply send it to rbkc.gov, licensing at rbkc.gov.uk, irrespective of whoever else you send it to, and then it'll be recorded. And not only that, but the premises will be asked to answer what happened. So we can't go back in time. We can only go forward. So you have given the sort of evidence earlier that is evidence, that is something that happened, things that happened, and we're still, and you've had a good long 5 minutes of questioning, and much longer than that, Andre. So I think we really need to move on. I think we really need to move on to the next objective. If you have really finished.
I have really finished, and I appreciate, and I'm happy to see.
But we were asking questions of you. It's not you asking questions of us at this point. We were asking questions of you, and we have finished asking questions of you. So we need to move on to the next objector. We have asked you the questions, and we have finished, unless any other councillor wishes to ask a question. So we have finished in a sense. We have no more questions for you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
So
very much.
we need to move on to the next objector. Who wishes to speak next?
Is it James?
Councillor Wade, the floor is yours.
My gosh, fine. The Earls Court ward is one of the smallest wards in the country, but we also have a number of problems, which has recently led us to be an enhanced ward in policing terms. And the location of Crystals is opposite Redcliffe Ward and close to Courtfield Ward boundaries. As a ward, we've seen an increased level of street livers and antisocial behaviour, which many residents have complained about, and they feel that it is having a detrimental impact on the quality of their lives. Another concern is the amount of Airbnb lettings that we have in the immediate area, and some of the flats being taken over for single nights as party venues, causing noise, nuisance and general frustration. Some of them going on to 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. We've recently had detailed discussions with Felicity Buchan MP and the Borough Commander about issues, about the problems that are in the areas encountering. So this application has a ward-wide impact and not just the immediate area. There's also concern for inappropriate nighttime use of garden squares, such as Bramham Gardens close by, where the gardens uniquely back onto 3 sides of homes that back onto the garden. So anybody getting into the garden can actually access the homes. Also, there are fears around congregation points, such as in front of the Bolton pub, opposite Old Brompton, on Old Brompton Road, where they have tables and chairs which are chained up. Recently, we've experienced a number of unauthorised parties due to the pressures of the police, the response from 101. The police have not been available at the time that have caused enormous distress to residents. Residents wish to feel secure and safe in their homes. They wish to feel safe as they walk home at night, and there's mounting concern about the amount of late night locations where alcohol can be sold. The question has to be raised as to whether a ward we have reached a saturation point and whether these extended hours will serve a residential need. Also, whether their licensing has a part in the overall strategy of contributing towards maintaining law and order, as in the licensing objectives of public safety and the prevention of public nuisance. I understand that the local RA is in support of this application. And I realise the enormous benefit that Crystals provides to the area, particularly over COVID. But Crystals remains a convenience store operating under homes. They already have a license until 2 o'clock, and some residents feel that the additional hours are not required and will not meet the needs of local residents. The issue of delivery by Uber Eats, Just Eats, and Deliveroo have been raised in the dialogue. Bikes cause noise and nuisance, as they have elsewhere in the ward, and the closest place to park up is in Bolton Gardens and Earls Court Square, Southeast Arm. Have any of the discussions with the RAs as to how this will be managed in the early hours of the morning? This is a distinctly residential area, and the noise from the bikes, their engines, and the conversations really does cause a problem. I have a concern that this 24/7 license will be cited as a precedent in a ward which is already experiencing policing issues. And if the committee were minded to grant, there should be a provisional period of 6 months granted, renewable, once the other licensed premises, such as restaurants, are operational again, and the true picture can be taken of the situation. I have enormous sympathy for the financial impact that COVID has had on this business, and ask whether the business has engaged with the Earls Court Business Forum to get access to additional support and information. Perhaps the most important thing that has come out of this discussion is that we need, as a council, to inform residents better as to how they need to complain. I would ask that you turn this application.
Councillor Wade, you mentioned delivery bike noise.
Yes.
Have you had complaints about that as a problem now? And do you think that given that it's a problem now, it's going to be a worse problem going into the 24 hours, given they said possibly 30 more customers? What's your assessment?
I've had discussions with Deliveroo, Uber Eats, and Just Eats about the impact of motorbike deliveries in the ward. And we're looking at doing pilot schemes of designated parking bays away from residential areas. But we have not had to address in the conversations to date licensed premises which will be operating from 2 until 8 in the morning. So that we've never had to have that discussion, therefore it hasn't been addressed. But the specific location of the Earls Court Square Southeast Arm it's a cul-de-sac, it's a pull-in from Earls Court Road. It's a natural place for bikes to stop. But the location, if you look at it, is that you get quite mansion blocks going down, called Weatherby Mansions, going down, and you get reverberation, transmission of sound. And this is something that I would suggest the business do talk to the RA about, because it's something which can be avoided and should be avoided. If they want to take it forward, we should actually enter a discussion with Deliveroo and the Highways Department. And I think that Crystals should be discussing things more with. There are ways and means.
They use Uber. Did you got any thoughts on? It's the same issue, isn't it?
Sorry.
Uber. They use Uber. Crystals use.
No. The point is, we've had conversations with Uber Eats.
Yes.
So the format is in place. That right. Where we, for example, the first pilot identified Hogarth Road, Nevern Place, because of the impact on Child's Place, which has a similar type of configuration. And I'm just saying that in our discussions, we were only dealing with premises which were closing at between midnight and 1. But we're here, it's actually really quite quiet. The ambient noise level at that time is really quite quiet. And I think that it's important to consider the quality of life for residents and the fact that the motorbikes do make a noise, and these cyclists are probably unaware of the volume of their voices.
Okay, thank you. From my councillor colleagues, I should say that after this session, I think we'll have a 10-minute break, because I think some people may need that break. Do either of my councillor committee members have questions? And then I think I was on mute when I said that we may have a 10-minute break after this session, because some people may need it for various reasons. Do either of my councillor committee members have questions to Councillor Wade?
No questions to Councillor Wade. Happy to take a break.
Right. So, and then the
Councillor Retty, maybe.
Councillor
I've got no specific questions to Linda Wade. No, Councillor Wade.
Councillor Wade, I have a question. This is Andre Mazzella again.
Yeah. Can we continue the questions in 10 minutes, because I think we need to take a break.
Okay. Fine.
I've been asked.
Oh, okay. Councillor Mason, you're on mute.
And I think we're on break.
Yes, we're on break.
Checking I'm connected. Can somebody hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can
Okay.
hear you.
Just checking because I do, yeah, anyway, thanks.
Right. We're back. Right.
Sorry, are we starting?
Yes, we're all ready. Are we all ready? Is everyone in attendance again?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Patel's are.
Officers, everybody. Okay. So when we adjourned, the committee had just finished the questions to Councillor Wade. So unless there are any further questions to Councillor Wade, we can move on. I should say to Manish and Darendra, we haven't forgotten that you have a right to put questions to the objectors who have made their statements. And when we have finished, I think we've heard from 3 objectors so far. I don't know how many more. I don't have any further names. Are there any? Is there another objector that I don't have on my list who is going to speak that has not already spoken?
Yes, hello, this is James Carter.
Jonas.
Yes, and Brenda Van Dam will speak.
You haven't spoken already, none of you. Okay.
No.
Are all the officers present? Is everyone present?
The ones who aren't going to answer that question, are they?
Yeah, I know that. I'm
present, Chairman.
Present.
Licensing is present, yeah.
Right, so Jonas, you're going next, yes? 10 minutes.
So my name is James Carter. I'm not sure if that's who you meant.
James Carter, yeah.
Am I free to speak?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. So firstly, I understand this is an unprecedented and difficult time for everyone, including local businesses and residents. And I do sympathise with local businesses, including Crystals, who, despite objecting to their application, I won't repeat the sort of all the detail that I've included in my letter, but I wanted to elaborate on a few points. So, firstly, as I said previously, the impact of COVID is a concern for everyone, but it's limited in time, and this license change will outlast COVID. So it's important that we don't, that the decision is kind of not swayed by a temporary circumstance. And it's very helpful today to hear evidence from Mr. Mazzella of customers leaving Crystals and those individuals causing specific issues and being directly observed by him. I think it's impossible to produce evidence of the impact of a change in the future. And to Ms. Fisher's point, how it's feasible to collect this evidence and have the overburdened authorities address it. So I think that's a very high bar, and that's perhaps why 97% of licence applications are accepted and 3% are rejected. Councillor Wade has very eloquently described a number of other concerns, and I agree with those as well. I don't think, I personally don't walk the streets late at night to observe any direct link between Crystals and the evidence that I see in the daytime. But I do see this evidence and its details of street drinking, drug taking, antisocial behaviour, and so on, as I outlined in my written objection. It's beyond reasonable doubt that a portion of this is caused by Crystals, and also that extending their licence between 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. will increase these existing problems. Crystal's intention to serve Uber Eats and Deliveroo is also new information to me today, and raises additional concerns about new noise and pollution between the hours of 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. I don't know how this activity is regulated or by whom, but this license extension can only increase the noise and pollution from serving these services as well. In terms of the kind of specific issues, the 2 areas that I've commented on in my written submission are the prevention of crime, disorder and public nuisance, and I've given evidence of the things that I have seen on a daily basis around the premises in question. I do note that there is also CCTV in place on the Earls Court Road, which would cover very close to the premises, but I don't know who administered this or whether any effort has been made by the authorities or this is accessible to the public in order to evidence any objection to this application. But I think that would obviously be helpful because the burden of proof is clearly relatively high based on what the chair was saying earlier. But I do directly experience consequences of this type of greater alcohol availability, all of which have been mentioned previously by other people, and which I cover in more detail in my letter. And also there is an impact on children, which is another one of the considerations, if I've understood the process correctly, where frequently individuals are sleeping rough outside houses and in doorways on Bolton Gardens, which directly abuts the Earls Court Road and is very close to the premises in question. So I think to consider the area, sort of the shop itself, is neither here nor there. The people travel to the shop from, tens, hundreds and more meters away, and people leave the premises and do things in communal gardens, in mews, some distance away. So I don't think thinking solely about the premises is sufficient. At any rate, those are my main points. I object to the application. I would dearly like to support Crystals as they emerge from some of the challenges that they faced with COVID, and help their business be a success, but in another way than them selling alcohol between 2 a.m. and 8 a.m.
Thank you. Committee, any questions from either of my committee members?
Yes, yes, Chair. I got a couple of points to make.
Okay.
Mr. Carter, you did claim earlier, and I guess you've said it again here, that having the 2 a.m. license or having beyond that leads to more ASB behaviour, after 2 o'clock. All the evidence or the statements have been made by people so far have referred to, most of them have referred to daytime. Okay, winter daytime could mean 7 p.m. as well, of course, but sort of the nighttime, there's not a lot we've heard. And so I'm also querying how children will be affected between 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. I'm really unsure about. I want to assure you, we're not really taking into account business issues, whether, we have obviously to deal with COVID, and in general, the council is trying to help local businesses to survive, as you probably know, and there are funds for that. But this decision, business case or not, is really not part of it. We're just there to see if the license extension will definitely be detrimental. That's our objective. So if you'd like to answer why you think children are affected after 2 a.m., I'd be interested to know.
So the reason is that so my children travel daily to school via the Earls Court tube station, and they pass very close to Crystals. And increasingly during the daytime, so there are consequences of events that happen between 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. or during the night. They've left the house and found people under the influence of alcohol and or drugs trespassing on and sitting on the steps of houses on their route to school. So those are words from my written submission. So that's what I'm alluding. That's what I'm talking about. So clearly, my children and I suspect very few others are on the streets between 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. But there are consequences, and not all those consequences happen in that window of time.
Okay. Thank you. I think for the moment that's it. I did have something else, but it's sort of drifted off at the moment.
Okay.
Councillor Aretti, do you have any questions? No.
Oh, I've just remembered. The question is, and as I mentioned, sorry, Chair, I did, as I mentioned in response to another one of the objectors, that if we have evidence like, the children see more people there at 8 a.m., 7:30 a.m., then you always have the opportunity to ask for a review. I'd like to stress that. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Aretti, did you?
Yeah, I've got a question, Chairman. Thank you, Miss. Sorry, was that
James Carter?
Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter, right? Earlier you said that the business case model, which wouldn't be that feasible to generate revenue, instead Crystal would be losing out based on opening hours because they would spend more money for the staff, resources, or whatever you want to put as an overhead cost. So that would negate your own statement about antisocial behavior. I'm not understanding your point on you justified that the business won't be making money, rather losing money based on the overhead cost. But now you're saying that, you know, you would encourage all sorts of antisocial behavior. So I'm not keen on your statement. So it's just a comment, really, not a question.
So I think we're talking about the future, and there is uncertainty about the future. So there are a range of possibilities. Right. Okay. So it could. So yeah, hear me out. There's a range of possibilities, and one is that it's immensely successful, and there are 30 people, as Mr. Patel has said, and that they cause a material increase in nuisance. Another is that there's no impact, and we're fortunate. But because none of us know the impact, and as local residents, we're impacted, we prefer not to take the risk of finding out. So I think whilst both those statements couldn't be true at the same time, we're talking about the future, and one of them is likely to be.
Right, thank you.
Absolutely.
We have the answer.
Agree with you, but we can always review whenever in the future you think that's really detrimental to the local community. Obviously, there's a review that goes on.
Yeah, but it's clear that the burden of evidence to do that is very high, and it will be at our own cost.
Anyway, are you finished? Councillor already?
Yeah. Yes, Chairman. Yes, Chairman. Thank you.
I have no questions, so we can move on to the final objector, I think, which is who is the final objector? Hello,
Brenda.
Brenda, can you you have 10 minutes?
There was another one.
There was another one.
Yeah, Brenda, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Brenda, can you give us your full name and then we can move on? Okay, I got it. Brenda, do you want to address us for 10 minutes? So you don't have to address us for 10 minutes. Speak to your objection, please. Brenda?
Does she know she has to unmute herself?
Brenda,
yes, hi, sorry. I was on mute, sorry.
Oh, yes, I thought you were.
So, so it's Brenda Van Dam. Sorry about that.
I got it.
Resident of Bolton Gardens for 22 years and client of Crystals for 18. We obviously, with the COVID, are very much thinking of them and all of the businesses that are impacted in our community, and definitely would help them as much as possible. However, I'm extremely against any kind of extension of licensing after 2 a.m. for the following reasons, and I'll try to go into them succinctly, not lengthily. The first one is I don't think that the business plan is at all thorough. I think it's very wishy-washy, discussing very, very basically and without detail the environmental impact, the noise nuisance impact, the health and safety impact, let alone any concrete business figures vis-a-vis what we're thinking of in terms of additional traffic after 2 a.m. In terms of the number of people that come into the shops, and as James was saying now a new item, how many motorcycles are coming to deliver for Deliveroo and various other means of getting the alcohol out to people at that hour. I think that we are facing a real question mark in terms of what impact that will have during the night and then what we find when we wake up in the morning. Secondly, I have been a victim with my daughter, age 15, in the Earl's Court tube station at 6:30 a.m., trying to go to Heathrow Airport with our suitcases. We were alone with two gentlemen in the elevator going to the Piccadilly line, and we were attacked by this gentleman, 6'7", later to be found out on CCTV to be the leader of the drug situation at the Earl's Court tube station. And both TfL and the police said that we would have to pursue him personally because they're overwhelmed with the situation there. This event occurred 3 years ago. And as I mentioned to you earlier, since then, there is now 24-hour service on the tube, which means that more children are traveling, you know, up until 2 a.m. and then early in the morning to schools. So basically, he was drugged up and also extremely drunk. And the only reason that we probably were not thrown in front of a train was because there was another gentleman, thank God, in the elevator. And he was able to distract him while we were able to then run and get into another elevator. As you can appreciate, as a sole resident of Bolton Gardens, I decided not to go after the 6'7" drug dealer, fearing for my life more than anything else. These kinds of things can only be exacerbated by selling alcohol to people who are already probably chronically alcoholic after 2 a.m. And my feeling also is that as a resident and taxpayer and council taxpayer, I would not like to have my monies going towards the NHS, the police, the garbage collectors, the street cleaners, all to pick up after people who are coming to use the store from outside our borough. So those are my points. I think if we would all feel as residents completely let down by the people that we elect as councillors if they vote in favor of such a license, which will only be to the detriment of our neighborhoods and our livelihood and our, you know, enjoyment of our properties. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Areti, Councillor Smetterling, do you have any questions for Brenda?
Well, I've certainly got a comment or two, yes. I think, again, because it's been repeated, I have to repeat it. We are not considering the business angle. Cannot. This is not our business. Because, and by the way, this case we're talking about is not unique. We see it not.
The people that provided the alcohol to the drug dealer.
May I finish?
Sorry, Councillor Smetterling has the floor.
You're certainly welcome to speak afterwards. So we're not here to pass judgment on business cases. Whether, and to make, and then the previous speaker also spoke about the viability of the business plan. I think this is irrelevant. It is totally irrelevant. It's up to the applicant to make the commercial decision. And it may be that they decide after, if we grant, of course, if we mind a grant, we've not decided this. We have to think about that. They might decide after 3 months it's not worth it. Remember, the shop is open already 24 hours. It's only a question of selling alcohol. So the added cost, if you must go into the business, the added cost of running it is probably quite, relatively speaking, low. And by the way, I want to make a comment.
The shop is not open 24 hours.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
so don't put that. Do not put that in the paper. The shop is not open 24 hours, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for that correction. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Councillor. The shop has been open 24 hours for the last 18 years.
Well, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So the shop is open. They don't have a license 24 hours, but the shop is open 24 hours. Could I also say to the objector, it's not the question, but a comment, that in defense to the other objectors, the applicant mentioned, and this is all irrelevant because it's business plan, they mentioned 30 customers. That was an estimate or possibly speculation. They said they do not know. So therefore, I think the question is why harp on the 30 when they don't actually know? It could be 10. Maybe there's 30 between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. and there's 10 between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. We don't know that. They don't know and we don't know. So I think to put on record statements that have definitely been made, it's not true. So I just wanted to make that point.
Right, but how is it that we're only finding out that there might be 30 motorbikes at this stage of the consultation?
We don't know that. That's the whole point. We do not know there's going to be 30 courier deliveries after 2 a.m. So please, can we keep speculation out of this? We are here to consider the case in front of us. We've had some evidence of difficulties particularly from Mr. Mazzella, but you know, a lot of it is speculation and also
yes,
jumping
but
on.
Even one motorbike causes the same amount of nuisance at any point in time, because nuisance is how much noise is made in intervals of 15 minutes. If you've ever done a noise nuisance report or had one made, that is what is looked at. What the noise nuisance level is in terms of every 15-minute intervals and how it is modified by the motorbike that would be sitting in front of your windows.
Have you finished, Councillor Smetterling?
I was going to say this. We can address this perhaps on handling of courier collections. We could discuss that with the applicants maybe later. But I think I've finished. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Can I ask a quick question to Councillor Smetterling?
But you have you already spoken?
I have.
Yeah, but we have questioned you, have we?
Yes, I'm asking you and the council if I could kindly ask the councillor a question.
Well, Councillor Smetterling, do you wish to be asked a question?
Yes, I don't mind. Sure.
Okay, go.
Well,
Yes.
Councillor, I pardon me for asking this, but I would think that this sort of hearing would be a rather is meant to be somewhat objective and impartial, but it certainly seems to me and some of the other people that are on the call that you are not impartial at all. In fact, quite partial. May I ask you? And I say that because you keep seeming to ask everybody almost to prove, as if it were a court of law, that they can demonstrate that the community will be somehow detrimentally affected, but you don't seem to, and then when somebody challenges you, you say, oh, it's not a court of law, there's no burden of proof. So it's clearly, it's very obvious that you have already made up your mind that you are definitely not impartial. May I ask you why you're not impartial and why it is that you think that granting the extension of this license will be beneficial to the community? Is it beneficial to you and for some reason? Is there any sort of personal gain that you get out of it?
Well, I don't think that Councillor Smetterling should answer that question because he made any decision. We are testing this case. We make the decision after all the evidence. And the reason we're being so tough is because, well, many of us in our own wards have been through these problems. I mean, you mentioned bikes, for example. I have 15 of them operating outside of premises in my street every day of the week, and you can imagine what it's like at the weekend. So I understand what this is. But the trouble is that we have to test the case because whatever decision we make.
You're cut out. Nobody can hear you.
We have not made a decision, and we wouldn't make a decision. We've been doing this for a very long time, but we know that we have to test the evidence because if we don't, the applicants can test it in a court of law for certain.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, may I just make one comment? May I make one comment?
Sure.
Thank you for.
Yes.
Can I just say, Mr. Mazzella? I mean, first of all, he's already. The chair's already commented, made all 3/4 of my comments already for me, so I appreciate that. And I think your suggestion, there's a personal interest in here, is we shall just delete that from the record, I would say, since I made a declaration at the beginning.
Yeah. Obviously.
No, what we're trying to do here is be objective. So that's exactly the point. The law, and this is, I have to re-stress it because it seems to me that people don't seem to get it. We're acting under the Licensing Act 2003. We're not here to pass moral judgments on anybody. We're here to look at the evidence of the case in front of us. It is this burden of proof business is that we can assume that because there's and they have noise and nuisance all over the place. The whole of Kensington and Chelsea is a residential area, so we have to see that the application for whatever it is will not harm. We're not there to decide benefit to the community. That's other departments and other things. We are here to look, can we grant this without detriment to the community or serious detriment? I mean, that's a balance of decision we have to look at later. And I hope this is clear finally, that we're not here. This is
it's not clear, Councillor. It's not.
I'm
clear.
telling you. I'm saying that you're not here to.
You're telling me that it's clear, but your line of questioning does not make that clear. Your line of questioning. See, you keep saying no. We're trying to be objective, but your line of questioning continues to ask the residents who are making their objections to prove something that obviously hasn't occurred yet. And you've been rather stern asking if we've reported it to the council. I said no, we've reported it to the Metropolitan Police on occasions, but not the council. Right?
We've been through this line of questioning already.
But I don't. Sorry. I don't see. The problem is. You seem to be holding the residents to a higher standard of proving their case than you seem to be holding anybody to prove the case that this is actually going to be beneficial to the community.
But we're not here to make that judgment.
That doesn't seem objective at all.
We've been through this.
Yes, we're not here to make this judgment.
We've been through this, but again, you don't appear to be impartial, and I'm afraid to say that. I'm happy to cede the floor, and you don't want to hear it again, but I don't get it. I don't really get this.
You have your opinion.
I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed.
Sorry, can I just?
I look forward to the future elections.
Andre, speak.
Andre, can I just interject one thing? Sorry, Councillor. I just wanted to say one last thing, and that is simply that you trying to equate this to other licensing issues that you've had throughout Kensington and Chelsea. I just want us to re-underline the fact that we are dealing with a conservation area. We are in a conservation area. It is not just any kind of area of Kensington. So please, can you keep that in mind also in terms of the environment that we're trying to maintain and trying to promote and keep for generations hopefully to come, not to try to take away from it.
Thank you. Right. So, have we finished questioning, councillors? Yes.
I think yes. Let's not rehearse this. Yeah.
Chairman.
Yes.
It's Heidi Titcombe here, legal advisor. I just wanted to come in because obviously I understand there are concerns on both sides, but just in light of the query that's just been raised by one of the objectors, the committee have to have regard to the guidance that is produced by the Secretary of State, in addition to its own licensing policy when it determines these applications. So I just wanted to make it clear to everyone who is attending this hearing that one of the requirements is the authority's determination should be evidence-based, justified as being appropriate for the promotion of licensing objectives. And that's why they are asking questions of objectors. So they are not, they don't have a view, they haven't made up their mind. They're used to doing these sort of applications. And clearly when anyone makes any assertions regarding an application, they have to test what you're saying, and the appropriate place to do it is in this hearing. So I just wanted to make it clear that it is an open and transparent hearing. The committee are well aware that their requirement is to consider whether this application will promote the licensing objectives, and one of those licensing objectives is the prevention of public nuisance and the prevention of crime and disorder. So I just wanted to make that clear for the benefit of all the parties attending this hearing.
Thank you, but there is precedent.
Thank you, Heidi.
There was a license application for the sale of alcohol into early hours on Earls Court Road a few years ago that was rejected.
Have you finished, Brenda? Have we finished questioning Brenda?
Yes, yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Finished with the objectors?
Sorry?
Yes. Can I ask if Heidi, are there any further objectors that I haven't got listed that need to? We've had.
Not as far as I'm aware.
Right. So as I said at the beginning, Manish and Dahendra had a right after every objector spoke to ask questions, but we thought it was best if you all spoke and then Manish and Dahendra ask questions now. So Manish and Dahendra, you have a right now to ask questions or make points to what you've heard during the objector's evidence. So, and I'll give you enough time to cover those, because you would have had more time had you did it individually after each objector. So I hope you made notes of the main points. You know what the main points are that were made.
Yeah, I do.
I'll jog your memory if you forget. So the floor is yours to ask questions of what you have heard from the four objectives.
More than ask the question is just to reiterate that we're already a 24-hour store for the last 18 years. We have a license to two, and I agree. Yes, I'm sure there is a lot of problems on the Earls Court area and the surrounding areas of the shop. I don't think they're purely down to crystals, and that's the point I wanted to make. That yes, there is a problem, as is clearly shown by the customers. It's not to do with us at the moment, because we don't have the license after 2 o'clock at the moment. So there's not much we can do about that at the moment. And more to the point is, we really just only want the license. The customers that come in, the good customers that want to buy something, that are doing the late shifts, that are coming early morning and don't want to come out in the evening. And to be fair, on the delivery side as well, they're the ones we're trying to go with. We don't want the street drinkers buying 1 can of beer. We'd rather not serve it, to be fair, because if they're causing a nuisance, if I was living there, I wouldn't like it. I'll reiterate that point. I wouldn't like it, so I would be on their side. But I don't think we're promoting that, and we're certainly not serving them as 1 can of beer customers midnight or onwards. We're going to do it anyway, regardless. But
yes, and another point I wanted to make was the fact that we did actually speak to the police. We every single point that the police made, we were willing to go to all the points that they raised, willing to go to all the council meetings, local residents meetings, every 3 months, every 6 months, whatever it takes, and also to speak with the local people and to let us know if there are issues that we can address. That way, if there are, as we say, if there are issues, because as far as the last 18 years, we haven't had no issues. Now, if those issues are pointed out to us by the local residents association, then obviously we will put those issues right. As we say, we're not in there to make the area, because if I was living on Earls Court Road, I would be fully with the resident views. Yes, we don't want people, urinating on our front door and things like that. So we totally agree. We're not promoting it at all. So, these are the facts that we feel that we want to go out of our way. We want to help the police, the council, the local community, and just to be able to serve the right type of customer for 24 hours a day. And that's all. That's it. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay. Manish, Dahendra, while I've got you on the, are you still there?
Yeah, we are.
Yes.
While I've got you on the picture, to allay the residents' concerns, because obviously there's a lot of concern, obviously, about what could happen in the future. And whilst we were testing their evidence, we still recognise that that it's not impossible that some of the things that they are saying either are happening with regard to, for example, Andre's description of him saying he saw people coming from your premises into his mews and creating antisocial behaviour, etc., or that there may be consequences, adverse consequences, if you are going 24 hours into the future. And we have to think about that as a committee as well, what actually could happen, because as they say, we don't know. We've had to test what they say because we have to legally, but we still have to think about what might be the result of, I mean, you might have 30, 10, you might have 100 for all I know. And those people will come there in cars or foot, and it will have some of the effects that residents are thinking about. To allay some of those concerns, would you be prepared to do a 6-month trial on this 24 hours rather than an entire year? Because they are saying, well, of course, once you have it for a year or forever. Would you be prepared to agree a 6-month trial to see what happens? And then if it works, if there's nothing happens, then they can still report day by day any incidents that happen, but to give them some assurance that would you be prepared to do 6 months and come back and ask for another 6 months, or would you be prepared to agree 6 months instead of a year, a 6-month trial in other words?
I don't see no problem in a 6-month trial. And if there's any incidents after 2 a.m. till 8 a.m., the current licensing hours that we don't have, if there's any trouble recorded on that time, of course we will be more than happy to take that on board. And like the gentleman who lived opposite, I totally sympathise if I lived opposite and that was happening in my front garden. Andre. If it does happen, we come and speak to myself directly, if you like. And if you have a video of this person or a picture, I'll be more than happy to check him on my CCTV. If it was bought from our store, at least next time I can say, sorry, you're banned. I won't serve you. It gives us the option. We're not trying to attract the bad guy coming in for an extra bit of business. If we were determined to do that, we would have done it many years ago. All we're trying to do is the customers we do get, and we do get requested for alcohol after hours, they're not all bad people. They're the ones we're trying to get to. And like I say, if you have a picture of a certain individual who has done that, and we can check our CCTV. So if you turn around and say, look, this happened at 2:30 in the morning, we'll check our camera with yourself at 2:25 in the morning. If they've come out of our store, point taken, and I will be very strict with our staff. Why did you serve him? Was he coming in drunk? Was he abusive?
Yeah. 6 months is only an option, of course, because it's just. I can understand with the residents. But Lindsay, you had your hand up a moment ago. Our legal eagle. Did you?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to be clear that obviously, if you were minded to go down the 6-month road, obviously you haven't yet decided. I wanted the applicants to understand that the 6-month licence would fall away after 6 months, and you'd have to reapply to have your current licence varied again. So I just want you to be aware of the implications of agreeing to a 6-month or 12-month licence as opposed to an indefinite licence, because obviously you're not legally represented today. So you've obviously said that you were minded to agree to 6 months, but obviously there's implications for you as well. So I just wanted you to be fully aware before you agree to anything. Thank you, Chairman.
No, thank you for that as well. If we have to keep spending money every 6 months to renew, it would become an issue, because it's not cheap to do with the advertising of the newspapers and various license fees, etc. But we'd be happy if you wanted to put it in I don't know if it works. Again, we're not legally represented, but if it works where you can say, if we do see the trouble, come and speak to us. And if that means coming back down to the 2 o'clock, we'd have to agree to it if it's proved that we are causing a nuisance between 2 and 8. But we will try and adhere to our best capabilities to make sure that we're doing things in the correct way.
But sorry, just to be clear, are you saying that you are happy for there to be a temporary licence which would effectively fall away after 6 months.
Would it mean if we agree for a 6 months license for 24 hours, and should there be no problems with the councillors, with the residents, would that automatically then be a 24-hour license going forward without the need to re-spend the money again?
Yes, that's correct. You'd have to re-spend the money again to get the license varied again to be like this application you're making now.
Yeah, then 6 months is a really short time.
Yeah, because then what we may get is be asked to do another 6 months, again, and then so the costs don't really justify for what we're trying to do.
Right. So
could I suggest 1 year maybe?
Can I ask a question to Miss Lindsay?
No. Paul Phelan. Paul, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify as well that there would be a time period in which they would need the application to be submitted. So if you were to decide to grant a 6-month license, they would need to look at applying in approximately 4 months, so that they would have a period where they're not unable to sell, for example. But ultimately, it depends on your decision. I just wanted to clarify that they would have to go through the 28-day consultation again, and then that could leave them in a position where they wouldn't be able to effectively enact the difference between the end of the 6-month license and the start of a new application.
Well, could I just suggest, maybe if I may just jump in here, would the applicants be interested in looking at a 1 year temporary license? I know that it's still go through the hassle of reapplying for a fresh license, but if everything goes well, let's say, then you can then apply for a permanent license, and maybe that, I can't say now what the committee would decide. Maybe that would be a decision. It could agree to a permanent extension.
That would make more sense, and hopefully,
we have to. It's an option for us when we deliberate. It's an option for us to think to how we handle it.
Yeah, we're more than happy to do a year 12 months. And have it on trial. Yes.
So a year you would. It's just an option to put in the pot.
Could I ask another thing about putting in the pot? I don't know how one could deal with this, but maybe to have some sort of, this, as I said, it's difficult, I have to think about it, but a policy for handling couriers if they outside with, but I don't think they come out with motorcycle engines running, but well, okay, that's the thing. It's just if you don't get them crowding into the shop, then I guess there's no need for a particular policy. But we do have number of premises who have the same arrangements as you do, although many of them are restaurants, so it's an additional food sale, is it like, where we have couriers, they have a courier policy in place to stop crowding and noise outside the premises and so on. So I don't know.
Yeah, we can put signs up, no more than one courier in the store at a time and things like that.
For example, that would be the sort of thing. Yes, thank you very much. I think that's all at this point. Thank you.
Have you finished, Manish, Dahendra? Have you any further?
Yeah, thank you.
Have you finished?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So I think that's it would be Lindsay. Would it be you next to deal with the conditions and so on?
Yes, that's correct. Are you ready for me to go ahead?
Unless I've missed anything, unless I've missed anybody.
I just wanted to ask a question to Miss Lindsay.
Yes, far away.
Sorry, if I'm not mistaken, it sounds like one would entertain a possibility of granting this license, because what the council is saying is that there's no proof that this isn't going to be detrimental to the community. But the bottlery, and that you grant it as a test, and that's a legal obligation that you have to grant it to test it, and then you can refuse it.
Well, it's an option. It's an option to have a temporary license.
The question is, the bottlery applied for a liquor license several years ago on Earls Court Road and was refused. There was no conditional granting of a license. So I'm curious as to why this would be granted, and the bottlery was never given a license for the same reasons, because it was encouraging antisocial behavior, and for all the reasons that we've cited. They never got a license. Why would this be given one?
Well, it's hard for me to say, because obviously I wasn't sitting on that committee and I'm not aware of all the information that was before the committee. But obviously this has just been put into the mix, the possibility of a temporary licence. It's just something for the councillors to consider if they were minded to grant, and obviously taking on board the objectors' concerns. and weighing up all the evidence. So that's all I can really say at this stage, because I don't know anything about the bottlery.
That's fine. But for the record, they did apply for a license and they were refused a license.
Okay.
The only issue with granting a license is that for the same reasons that we cannot prove a direct cause and effect, we can only prove incremental deterioration and antisocial behavior. How are we going to be able to prove that this is not working and that it is added incrementally to the deterioration to the area and increase in antisocial behavior? In 6 months' time, we say, okay, well, you know, we've seen it. We haven't seen any proof from you that this guy walked out of the store with a bottle of scotch and broke into a car and stole something. I mean, there's just nobody around at 3 o'clock in the morning to trace that. How do we prove it?
Well, I suggest that's something you speak to licensing about. But I mean, I would suggest, obviously, if there are complaints, just general complaints, that they're reported to licensing and or the police. You keep a log, or if anybody's got CCTV, those kind of things, I would imagine would assist in any determination of a review.
I'd say not all the police and the police, because I think we need to know.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Yeah, of course, you did say that. Lindsay, you want to continue?
Yes, I will do. Right, so obviously we're just discussing conditions if the committee are minded to grant. It's not a definite. And we've already discussed the possibility of a 6-month, 12-month or indefinite licence. Obviously, that's for the councillors to decide. The applicant, at the suggestion of the police, has put forward 4 proposed conditions. I just wanted to just slightly tweak them so they're more in line with the council's model standards. So if the applicant could just listen to me while I read through the 4 proposed conditions that you have mentioned, and then there's some more that the committee may wish to add themselves, and just comment if they're happy with them. So the first one is to amend existing condition 5 on the licence so that it will read: a daily incident log shall be kept at the premises for a period of at least 12 months from the date of the last entry and made available on request to an authorised officer of the council or the police, which will record the following: A, all crimes reported to the venue; B, all ejection of patrons; C, any complaints received; D, any incidents or disorder; E, all seizures of drugs or offensive weapons; F, any faults in the CCTV system to be repaired within 24 hours; G, any refusal of sale of alcohol; H, any visit by a relevant authority or emergency service; I, any lost property found or handed to staff at the premises; J, any other relevant incidents to be recorded. Are you happy with that condition, Mr. Patel?
Yeah, I think we're happy with all of them. Can I just say one on the CCTV?
Yeah.
Now, to request it to be repaired within 24 hours is something as far as possible. We do have a tech support guy. Generally, he will be there within 24 hours, I'm not going to lie. But there might be times when he may be off or whatever, so it might take a little longer. So that's the only one I would say if can be extended a little or something, but we would do our very best to have it repaired as soon as possible, basically.
Okay, fine, I'll make a note of that. Going on to your second proposed condition, I've just slightly tweaked it.
Yeah.
From midnight, no single cans or bottles of beer or cider or spirit mixtures shall be sold at the premises. So I've just changed the word after to from. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Condition 3, this is the one where you've said there should be no self-service of spirits at the premises, and I was just going to add in there, and the spirits are to be kept behind the counter, which you're doing already anyway. So are you happy with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
And then condition 4, which you proposed, I've just beefed it up so it's more in line with our model condition. The premises licence holder shall organise and accommodate quarterly meetings with representatives from the local residents associations and maybe nearby residents in the vicinity of the premises to discuss the operation of the premises, unless it is previously agreed in writing by the residents associations that a meeting is not necessary in any given quarter. The details of the proposed meeting shall be clearly displayed on a window or door visible to people outside the premises, and the premises licence holder shall directly notify residents associations of the meeting date at least 2 weeks before the meeting. The premises licence holder shall take minutes of the meetings and they should be circulated to the local residents associations and to the licensing authority, and copies shall be readily available at the premises upon request. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I was under the impression from speaking to the police that we will be invited to go to the residents association meetings that may carry on or happen within the 3 months or 6 months, whatever they want, not us organising them.
All right, because I think your proposed conditions was the premises licence holder shall hold quarterly meetings.
No, I think it was not hold, it will be to attend.
Right, would you be willing to organise and accommodate meetings?
I think I'd rather the housing association people, they'll be doing it more professionally, I'm sure, but I'd be more than happy to attend a quarterly meeting to address any issues rather than sorting them out because of time, to be fair.
Sorry, I think Heidi, the other legal advisor, has just raised her hand. Heidi, is there anything you wish to add to that? Heidi?
Yes, sorry, I was just unmuting. Thank you very much. The condition that Lindsay just read out was actually a condition that the applicants had agreed with the police. And that's on page 30 of the committee papers. So if you see that condition, it says that the premises licence holder shall hold quarterly meetings. So, and it's the normal rule that it's for the premises licence holder to arrange the meetings. It's not the onus on residents to start arranging meetings. It's the other way round. And the police, there's a slight problem here because the police are not in attendance today. So the committee may have some concerns if they were thinking of altering that requirement. So I thought I would just let you know that.
Right.
Okay, so we just need to bear that in mind as to whether we consider they should hold it or they should attend it. Moving on, these are conditions which the council may or may not wish to impose, but I'd just like your comments on, if they're minded to grant, that is. So it's to delete the existing condition 4, because that relates to certain permitted hours, but just keeping the words alcohol shall not be sold in an open container or be consumed in the premises. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And then the next one, to amend existing condition 7, is the challenge 25 one. I don't know if you've actually, or you have got it, but just beefs it up so that it will now read, the premises shall operate a challenge 25 age verification policy and staff shall be trained in respect of the policy. Staff shall ask for proof of age from anyone they suspect of being less than 25 years of age. The only acceptable forms of ID shall be a photo-style driving licence, a passport, a photo ID card bearing the PASS logo in a hologram format, military ID or recognised photo ID from member states of the EU. Are you okay with that beefed up condition?
Yeah, we are. Can I just add, a lot of them have it on their phones now. Would that accept that they have a passport copy of their passport on the phone to say here it is, we can screen?
That might, maybe licensing can chip in there. We might have to get a view from licensing on that.
Because a lot of people don't carry their passports.
Hi, sorry if I can just clarify from licensing, if that's okay, Chair. Essentially, a PDF copy would not be acceptable. It's something that can be altered. It would have to be the original document that would be considered acceptable. You know, even a driving license, for example, it would have to be the actual card, physical. In this context, I don't think it's something that would be acceptable to have a PDF copy. As I say, it's something that can be amended. I'm not saying anyone would, but it is something that can be amended.
Okay.
Mr. Phelan, that includes presumably JPEGs, because if somebody photographs the page and then keeps it on the phone as a picture, you're saying that's the same thing as the PDF.
Absolutely.
Mr. Patel was speaking about having it on the phone as an image.
Absolutely correct. JPEG, any sort of file that is not a physical copy right there in front of you, I would say there would be an issue with accepting that as a proof of age.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Then another condition, a new one, A notice shall clearly be displayed on the premises showing that a Challenge 25 policy is operated at the premises. Are you okay with that?
That's fine, yes.
And then the last one suggested by the council, but we've got a few more suggested by the Residents Association, to add a condition. A responsible member of staff shall carry out proactive litter patrols outside the premises at least every, the councils will have to decide how often, few hours throughout the premises opening hours to ensure there is no litter associated with the premises in the immediate vicinity, and any such litter found shall be collected and returned to the premises for disposal with the premises normal waste refuse collection. Just wanted to check you if you're okay with that.
Yeah, we're good with that.
Okay, and then the Earls Court Residents Association have mentioned a few conditions which I just wanted to run past you for completeness. They've asked there should be 2 members of staff on duty each day at the premises between the hours of 23:30 and 0800 hours the following day. What's your view on that?
We already have 2 on duty at their hours, so yeah, that's fine. Very rarely it doesn't happen if one is ill and we can't get a replacement. It may be on the odd occasion is the word I put, but generally for even our staff's safety point of view, we always try to have 2 people.
Okay, so you know, if minded, you'd be happy with that condition. I think Heidi's got her hand up. Heidi, did you want to say something?
Heidi?
Yes, thank you. Just so the applicants are aware, if the committee are minded to grant this application and they attach conditions, those conditions the staff would need to comply with, because if you don't comply with the conditions, you're liable for prosecution, and that's a criminal offence. So when these conditions are being read out to you, if it's not feasible, because if for example, on the example that Lindsay has just read to you, you said there may be occasion when someone is ill and then there's only 1 member of staff. That's an example where you perhaps should not agree to a condition to have 2 members of staff, because if you've only got 2 members of staff and there's a chance of someone passing out or whatever, having to leave, then if you have that condition on the license, you will need to comply with it. So be very careful as to what you are agreeing to or not agreeing to when these conditions are read out to you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. So on that last condition, we would turn around and say that we will try 95% of the time, but obviously we can't.
Yeah, we won't agree to it.
Yeah.
But in our defence, we have 2 people, but we don't want to put it in principle that we have to have 2 people then.
So you'd rather the condition not be in then?
Yeah, please, if that's okay. Purely on the basis of, on the odd occasion, if there is 1 person. But it generally doesn't happen. If someone's ill, they let me know. I always have a replacement who can cover.
Okay, thank you. I think the second condition that's suggested was about meetings with residents associations, which I've already covered in our proposed conditions. And then they've got it as 2B. I think it should be number 3. I think the number has gone a bit out of kilter. Then they're talking about members of staff actively monitoring the outside of the shop, which I've already mentioned, but I think they've included doorways for the flats above either side of the shop and keep it clean. I could slightly tweak our proposed condition. Are you happy with that?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. And then they've asked that staff should be correctly trained for any issues that may arise. So are you happy to agree to staff to have specialised training? Or
it's personal training that we do, but I don't classify that as specialised. But then we've never had the reason to.
Councillor Mason?
I was just going to ask who trains or updates the staff on the licensing conditions then? I mean,
I do.
Because as has been said, they need you could be in breach of any of them if your staff are not aware. The training process is not certificated, and how is that actually done? You sit them down for an afternoon or a day and go through all of this. How do you do it?
Yeah, I do sit them down and go through the basic rules of how we do things for the licensing. Yes.
So you
beforehand it was not to serve obviously after 2, and our license was for 2.
Chairman, it's Heidi Tickham here again. Just to say that on the existing license, there's already a condition that the premises license holder has to make sure that staff are properly trained.
Given your comment about their not having a legal representative, I thought I'd remind them that. Yes, but you're right. Of course, there is a condition.
Yeah, that's already there. Yes, thanks for pointing that out, Heidi. That's true. Okay, and then I think we've already got a condition on existing condition 12 about alcohol not being sold to street drinkers. So I think we've covered that already.
Yeah.
And then obviously it goes as a, given that the application can be reviewed if granted anyway, so that wouldn't need to be a condition. So I think we've covered everything, unless there's any other questions from you, Chairman.
No, I can't think of anything else. I think we've covered everything, and that means we have reached the end of the hearing. So yes, of course, the committee. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry.
Who's speaking?
What do we? Yeah. This is Dory. Sorry, I haven't turned my camera on. This is Dory Schmetterling.
Yeah.
I just wondered. They've offered to put up some notices regarding sort of courier handling. Should we stick that into the condition also, Ms. Lemusurier? Because we have standard conditions about that, don't we? Sort of statement. We have yeah.
Sorry, is this about having a policy for dealing with Deliveroo, or is it just about only one person coming into the premises at one time?
You were talking about the notices,
yes,
Councillor.
Yes,
he's talking about having,
because that's what Mr. Patel. One of the gentlemen mentioned this when I raised the subject when they were speaking more recently. They were willing to put up some notices for courier handling, whether it's one at a time or that sort of thing. But we do have policies to deal with that, don't we? Standard conditions. Standard conditions.
Yes, councillors, I just when you deliberate regarding the conditions, there might be an issue about if you limit the number of delivery people outside, because if it's in the early hours of the morning, you're not really going to want them to hang around outside, because if they're talking, they might create noise. So you wouldn't want them to disturb residents. So if there are delivery drivers, there's a question mark as to whether it might be better for them to be inside the premises.
Good point.
I would agree.
Good point.
As a resident,
So
I would agree.
Good point.
It just depends on the early, on the timings. So you could put on a condition about delivery drivers and a dispersal policy.
We'd be happy to accommodate the delivery drivers if there's more than one to wait on the side. We have the post office side is where it will be closed anyway in the nights, so they could quite easily wait there as well. We would be happy to accommodate that.
Big enough store.
It's a big enough store, basically.
Okay. We'll put that in the pot.
Yeah.
Anything else, Lindsay or Heidi or anybody?
No.
Are we done?
Thank you.
So
I do have a general question regarding some of the things that were just discussed. The question is, since a number of the questions have been asked of the objectors about what sort of proof they had, and the question is, in the future, should the license be granted, if there are incidents, what sort of proof will be taken into account? What's sort of the level? Do we actually have to have video evidence, say from our iPhones? Do we actually have to see people leaving the premises and maybe follow them around the block to see where they go to drink?
Would you like me to answer that question? It's Heidi Tickham here.
Yeah. Go ahead, Heidi. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, I mean, I understand your concerns, and that is really a difficult question to answer, because you have to produce some evidence. So what you could do, if the committee are in fact minded to grant this license,
then I know it's always difficult for residents to be disturbed, particularly later at night. They don't want to get out of bed because they've already been disturbed by a noise in the street. But what's good evidence, which we use on appeals, and I do a lot of appeals, or used to, we don't get so many these days, is to have an incident record. So you just put the date and time down, say how you were disturbed, put it in a list, and then you send that list intermittently to the licensing department, so that you have a record of how you've been disturbed. Now, I accept totally that it's always difficult for you to be able to give direct evidence, depending on where you as a resident are located in relation to the premises. So how can you check whether that person did actually come from that premises or another one? That's always a difficult call, and often it will depend on the time of day. So if it is 4 in the morning and that's the only premises that's open, you might be able to make that causal link. Video evidence on your phones, all that sort of evidence is always rather good. So it's those sort of records where you can give some direct evidence as to how you've been disturbed.
Thank you, Heidi. I appreciate that. If I could ask, then would it be possible if you could make some effort to try to make the residents aware of how they can report those things? Because I don't think it's very obvious. I personally have the RBKC street line on my speed dial because we've had so many issues with litter and other things, but I'm not sure that most people are aware of it. I would also say that it's not so easy to take video evidence. I have tried it on some occasion. And when I pulled out my phone, I've literally been attacked. So, you know, like doing that stuff is a little bit difficult to do.
Yes, no, I totally understand that. And I certainly wouldn't want to put any resident or any potential witness at harm's way.
And if I could make just one last point, just for food for thought, is that if there are people sort of like selling drugs in the neighborhood, and then we see like an increase of cases of, people on drugs committing crimes, although we may not have necessarily the video evidence proving that those people are buying the drugs from that person that's selling the drugs in the area, we know that there is a problem and there's most likely a causal link. I think when considering this license, we should also take that into account. If there are a lot of problems with drunken, disorderly people urinating on the street, there's generally a link to selling alcohol or the availability of alcohol.
Well, can I just say that when this application was issued, it has to be served on the police. And because the police are a responsible authority and they are entitled to make a representation, and they did, and then they had discussions with the applicants, and then they agreed certain conditions. But if the police thought there was a problem or an association with these premises in relation to drug dealers, then I would be expecting them to have raised that issue, and they haven't in this case. So sometimes you have to be careful, because just because there are drug dealers in Earl's Court, which I'm quite sure there are, it doesn't mean that they are actually associated with any licensed premises. They just pick a load.
No, I wasn't making. Sorry, I was making an analogy. I wasn't making a link to crystals. It was an analogy. But on your point to the police, I've asked all my neighbors, and I don't think anybody's seen a cop patrolling this area in years.
Well, no, I mean,
so it doesn't surprise me if there's nothing reported to the cops, because we just don't see cops around here anymore. But that's another matter.
It is, I'm afraid. But Miss Dybel, I think, is going to comment.
Sharon.
Yeah, thank you. Just to say that any complaints can be reported to the council's out of hours service. That officers in the noise and nuisance team are working until 3 AM on Sundays to Thursdays, and on Fridays and Saturdays until 5 AM. It can be reported to them on the direct number, which is 020 7361 3002. Failing that, complaints can be emailed to the licensing mailbox. and they will be picked up by one of our officers on the next working day.
What's that address, please?
Sorry?
What's that address, please?
Oh, it's just licensing at rbkc.gov.uk.
Yeah. Okay. We finished, officers? Have we done? Sharon, are you continuing? No? Your hand is up, Sharon. Okay. Sharon?
Can I just ask a question regarding if we're expected to keep a record, because the burden of proof is on us to prove that there is a causal link between the sale of alcohol and antisocial behavior. How do we, in 6 months' time, are we made aware of the review on this license?
I can explain that. So basically they have a license, a permanent license, which will continue unless it's revoked or suspended. So the main license will continue. But as I understand it, they're offering to make the extension of hours temporary for 1 year or 6 months. They've suggested 1 year, and that's obviously for the committee to consider whether that's appropriate or not. So once that 1 year expires, then the permission would automatically expire and they would need to reapply in the same way they have done now. And residents would be able to make representations in the same way that they've done now, because they have to put a notice up on their premises to say that they've made the application. So residents would be able to make additional representations and refer to any other that they've occurred in the interim.
Is that the best way to advise the residents in the area by posting on the door? I mean, it's certainly one thing, but to the residents, so when I received this in the post, we mentioned it to a number of our neighbors and to some of the people in the other in the area, and nobody else had received it. Nobody else was aware of it. So I wonder if the council might consider some methods, give people a little bit of a longer time and some other methods to actually see when these things are happening so that they can comment on them.
Unfortunately, in terms of timing, that is beyond the powers of the council, myself and everyone else involved, because the 28-day period is laid down in the legislation, so we've got no power whatsoever to extend that period. However, Ms Dybel can explain what ways that this council has used to make sure that residents and anybody else are aware of applications in their area. So, Sharon, would you like to comment on that?
Thank you. Yes, the best way to find out about applications is to register for the email alerts. You can do that online. You can sign up to receive either daily or weekly alerts of applications in your area, and then you will receive them as soon as they are basically validated and processed by us. As a temporary measure during COVID, and because people were not out and about, we did instigate sending in letters to individual residents in the immediate vicinity of premises. But on a long-term basis, that is just not sustainable. And it's not a particularly effective way because of the number of households and the sort of additional work and the costs and involved. What we found was that we would have to limit it to sort of 3 or 4 doors either side, and a lot of those would end up coming back through the post. So it's not a particularly effective way of notifying people. The email alerts is a far more effective way of doing that.
So I would argue quite the contrary. I find it quite the contrary, because in order to receive that email, you would have actually, all the residents, the thousands of residents that live around here, would have had to go and register online to receive those emails. So I don't actually see that as an effective way of the council announcing to the residents in the area that that something's happening that they could comment on because it would affect them and their community. So with all due respect, I can appreciate that it might be more costly to send out things to individual households, but it is certainly more effective.
We've allowed this discussion because I thought it would be, I hoped it would be useful in terms of reporting, but we really have to close soon. If I just tell you that I've been dealing with premises, and some of them troublesome, in my ward for over 28 years, and I find that I, the councillor, and that goes for many councils on both sides of the fence, will take it upon themselves to notify applications around a premises area, and so do resident associations, because it's much faster and effective than the government-sponsored system. So I think that local councillors actually need to take control of that, and so do resident associations. But we really must make end this now, because
Councillor, what ward are you? What ward do you represent?
I'm Goulburn ward in the extreme north of the borough, and believe me, I've got some troublesome premises that I've been dealing with over 28 years. So, and you really need to be hands-on as a councillor. And I've been out on the street myself for years in dealing with some premises, writing down and taking evidence from my residents, because I realised that if I want to go to court or go to the council and get something really done, I need solid evidence. So it was not a personal thing when I said that. I learned the hard way that you need solid evidence to deal with problem premises if they are problems, because otherwise they will slip around. They will go to the hearing as they used to do in my early days when I knew no better, and they would say in the committee, councillor, if your residents were having all these problems, you would have brought evidence here. So I learnt the hard way that councillors need to take control of the evidence collection processes around these licenses, making sure that their local residents in the vicinity of these premises know about the application in good time, and that they're able to make supporting or objecting comments, and that they go to the committee, as Councillor Wade has done, to support residents. So
I applaud Councillor Wade.
So that is so I learnt the hard way through many brickbats of being told and losing cases because there was not enough evidence. I learnt the hard way that actually I had to organise evidence, and I had to tell my residents what was happening, because the law and the government and the council are not. It's legally not going to happen. So we have reached the end of this hearing with that little added session at the end. And the committee has all the information now. I think has the information needed, and we're going to retire to make our decision in the private session. We're not going to announce the decision today. Instead, the hearing on this application will be closed to live broadcast, and a summary decision will be sent to all parties within 5 working days of this hearing, and a full decision will follow as soon as possible thereafter. So thank you all for attending the hearing. I hope it wasn't too rumbustious, although people need to vent their objections or their support. And the hearing is now closed. Thank you all so much for attending. You will be hearing from us.